shit to say about us.
Was I the only girl you had here? He frowned.
What do you mean? Did I cheat on you?
No, I smiled. Like, were there other girls before me? I see the way they all look at you.
Remember being upset because you promised your dad that you wouldn't date a doctor?
He asked. So much for keeping that promise.
Well, I made a promise to myself not to have anything to do with doctors or hospital staff, too,
he said. His thumb rubbed my wrist, and I liked it. All of my body that had been numb since waking up after a 3-week coma liked it.
I broke my own rules the second I laid eyes on you.
I was getting tired and was no longer in the mood to hear about something I forgot. The other Elena. I started referring to the Elena I used to be and knew nothing about. That bitch had 10 years of making decisions and living life, and having this man to herself. My therapist said these feelings were normal, though they felt far from that. Who would split their personality like this on their own?
Are you still with me?
He asked.
The answer is no, Elena. There was no other woman for me but you.
It was beautiful coming out of his mouth, but my brain felt overloaded and wasn't accepting it. Quit talking about her. I'm not her anymore, Dr. Brooks. I started crying, which I did a lot since I'd woken up. Crying, cussing, and acting horribly to people, and I couldn't control it. We stopped, and he turned me to face him. I know that I may never be that Elena you loved again. She's not here. His piercing blue eyes swallowed me up, and I was swimming in them.
I will be here, and I will wait for you to remember us for eternity if I have to,
he said, in the sincerest voice that I'd ever heard him use.
I will wait, and we will go through this together. Hell,
he smiled.
We are going through this together as we speak.
What if I'm never her again? You fell in love with a woman that I don't know. She makes no sense to me, I said. He touched my face, and I felt like I was going to pass out.
I fell in love with you, Alvarez. Every part of you. Even if you like to be a little rougher around the edges with people these days. You have to understand that I will do everything to help you fight to get your life back.
I love to hear you say that, I said, but I'm not sure.
Why don't we talk about something else?
He said. This guy must have been a genius doctor with superhero hearing, because my heart was racing and my head was spinning. All of the good feelings I was having were being twisted into everything negative. Good afternoon, Dr. Brooks. It's great to see you, a beautiful woman my age said. She wore scrubs, and I watched her blush when Colin smiled at her.
How's it going, Dr. Solano?
He asked her.
Your patient looks great.
You did an amazing job with the fusion of her spine. We're all in awe of your work, Dr. Solano said, while Colin readjusted me to hold me into position. He must have felt me coming off balance as my rage built from this woman and him talking.
I'm glad the surgery went as we all expected.
How are you, Elena? She asked me with a smile that seemed fake. I forced a smile. I'm fine, I said. Her eyes met Colin's, and it showed me that the woman acted as though I'd cussed her out. I looked at Colin, and his expression was the concerned, thinking one he made when I said something that seemed to upset him. Have a good day, doctor, she said to Colin first, and then she looked at me. Have a good day, Elena. What the fuck was that? I asked Colin as the woman walked away.
That was me conversing with a neurologist, he said. I performed surgery on her patient. She's checking on them after they were cleared for recovery over here.
Did you have sex with her too? I lashed out.
Elena.
He looked at me, and it appeared the perfect and happy doctor was caught.
You need to try and think of other things. We had a beautiful...
No, I said, trying to walk toward the wall. Let me go, and I'll walk back to my room. You're a liar.
Elena,
he said, working on getting me to the wall safely.
I understand a lot of this is frustrating, but there is one thing I will not do, and that is lie to you. That woman is a coworker, a doctor, and a professional.
I saw the way she looked at you.
I saw it too,
he said, his voice leveling my behavior.
She was behaving naturally for a doctor who is grateful that their patient is recovering well.
You both looked at each other weird, and I didn't like it.
I have no idea what you saw in that exchange,
he said.
But you'll find that most of these professionals knew you and know what you're going through. They also know that you're the love of my life. That's it.
I want to go back to my room, I said.
Then let's walk.
He was stern and using that doctor's voice on me. This time, it wasn't working. As we turned back, there she was again. I think I hate her, I said.
You don't mean that, Elena. Please relax.
Don't tell me what to fucking do, I said to him. Don't touch me.
I will be holding you until I get you back into your room, Lainey,
he said, and I heard the sorrow in his voice.
Let's go.
Dr. Mitchell, I called out to my heart doctor, and the man I heard was Colin's best friend when I saw him down the hall. He can walk me back.
You know what the therapist says about this behavior,
Dr. Brooks said. It's irrational and I don't care, I said. Dr. Mitchell!
Lainey, call,
he said with a bright smile as he approached. The dark-haired man was as handsome as Colin. Both men wore short and messy haircuts that were so attractive. I had to stop thinking like this. Dr. Mitchell was married, and apparently his wife was supposed to be in my wedding. I wanted to make Colin feel jealous, the way I felt about that woman just now, and nothing was changing my mind. Oh my God, I hated myself right now. I started crying again and crumbled into Colin, who was there to catch me. Why am I like this? I sobbed into his suit.
Because you were injured,
he said.
Is everything okay?
I heard Dr. Mitchell say.
Ash is here with John, but maybe it's not a good time.
I sobbed more, knowing I'd ruined my chance to meet Dr. Mitchell's wife and son, who I was told I adored. I couldn't do anything but repeat the words "I'm sorry" over and over again.
Don't apologize,
Jake said.
We all are working through this. You can meet Ash and John tomorrow.
Please don't send them away because I'm like this, I said, trying to dry my tears.
No one is sending anyone away. Ash was fully aware that it might not be an ideal time, and that's okay. No one wants you to feel rushed. I'm going to go and tell her,
Jake said reassuringly while he smiled at me and Colin in understanding before heading down the hall.
Don't worry about anything. You did well with your walking. A lot of stimulation can cause this, babe. Elena.
Colin stumbled over his words. He'd called me babe before. I don't recall exactly when, but I cussed him out for it. This time it was soothing, and I loved it. I loved being in his arms. I love to hear you call me that. I felt him chuckle.
Yeah, you were condemning me to hell for it slipping out of my mouth last night.
I hate this.
Stop talking like that, Lainey, he said. Stop fighting your emotions. It would be best if you let them in. I'm prepared for it all as best I can be.
I love the way you smell. I inhaled deeply of his crisp cologne that made the hair stand up on my skin in a good way. It was a masculine scent with a hint of the tropics.
You always have, he said, and I love the way you smell.
I want you to stay with me tonight, I said, oddly feeling secure with him for the first time.
You had the chair that I fell asleep in last night taken away.
He laughed.
I can have someone try to find it.
Wow, I'm horrible.
You're a survivor, Elena, he said. You've survived a horrific, traumatic head injury. You're dealing with that outcome now.
I don't feel like a survivor, I said.
Of course you don't, but that's natural. You must try to fight the feeling of being defeated, and if you can't fight it, you need to accept it, conquer it, and move forward.
Stay with me, I said when we'd reached my room, and he laid me in my bed.
I have to visit another patient. Your sister is on her way.
I looked at the clock.
You know you love her visits.
When the hospital is quiet, I'm scared, I said, strangely, almost in the voice of a 5-year-old.
Baby.
He instantly reacted and took my hand.
Have you told anyone you feel this way?
It didn't bother me to hear him call me baby. No, I said. I just want to go home to the ranch now.
Then
he smiled at me, his eyes glistening.
Let's bust ass to get you moving and out of here. I'll get you home. Do you trust I'll help you?
I think I do. He smiled.
I'll let everyone know it's time we get you home. I'll stay with you, or at least close by, when the hospital gets quiet. I don't want you to be scared.
Okay, I said, feeling sleepy like I did after I worked my mind up.
Close your eyes. Think about how much you love flamingos,
he said, and I smiled. I love dancing, I said, remembering that was my favorite thing about Florida.
Then think about dancing, he said. Just let your mind be calm.
Don't let them give me that medicine. I felt his hand on my wrist.
Your heart rate doesn't require it. You're doing fine, and I will stay after it gets dark and quiet.
I felt like I'd been drugged, but Colin was so peaceful and serene, and my mind was in love with these feelings. I felt him kiss my hand before I drifted off to sleep to the images of me salsa dancing on the beach with my friends in Miami. It was so crazy how my mind could get fired up into a frenzy, and then I would crash hard, and I was so tired I could hardly move. Thank God that Colin agreed to stay with me. He would be my comfort in these storms. But what if I woke up to hate him again? I wanted these mood swings gone so bad that it hurt, and it made me suddenly frightened of the dark and quiet nights.
Chapter 36. Colin. Elena worked her ass off in the recovery unit, and I was pleased to see her physically progressing at the rate she was. Her mental state and recovery were not as advanced as her physical progression, though. On numerous occasions, I had sat in with Elena and her family as the therapist worked to help everyone understand that we had to be patient with her as she dealt with the fallout of a brain injury. It was surreal for me, a neurosurgeon and neuroscientist, to be on this side of the fence. It was usually Elena and me sitting on the other side of the table and consulting families in this situation. I'd had a pretty immense amount of guilt since I'd been on the receiving end of this amount of trauma. As a neurosurgeon, my job was to fix the injury and move the family forward with a neuropsychiatrist at my side to help them cope with the outcomes. I know for a fact that I wasn't an asshole of a surgeon, and I cared about my patients deeply. But I also had to detach from patients as well. It's why I had the therapists and neuropsychiatrists. This is where they filled that gap so I could take on my next surgery. Now that the shoe was on the other foot, I realized how much more painful this experience was, and it made me wish I'd handled a few people a bit more carefully. "I heard Elena is being released to go home tomorrow?" Jim asked, after he and Avery had shown up to visit Lainey. Elena was more mentally stable, but was still uncensored at times. Still, she wanted to meet the people who she'd been told were our friends. She wanted to meet their children and hear the stories of them clinging to her like she was Minnie Mouse. Knowing Elena's brazen mood swings were still an issue, I asked her therapist to be present when the kids were around her because the kids didn't quite grasp the severity of Elena's injuries. Ash was pretty much a therapist on her own. That woman managed to bring Zen into the room when she visited, and little John made Lainey laugh nonstop when they showed up for a couple of visits this week. Addison, Jim and Avery's daughter, being only 5 years old, was hesitant at first. But once Lainey started asking her questions about surfing with Jim, Addison opened up. Avery acted very casually, and once the conversation started rolling, Elena was fully engrossed. She was especially interested in learning about Avery and Jim's wedding once Avery told her about the hula dancing. Jim and I stood outside of the room as Jim informed me about a deal for my dad's company that needed my final approval. I didn't give a shit about what the company took on, and Jim knew it. So long as Alex was in control, I was all in. Ever since I allowed Mitchell and Associates to take over, I trusted Alex's decision-making entirely. "Hey," Jim chuckled. "You with me?" Sorry. I looked away from where I watched the sweet sight of Addison sitting on the bed, showing Elena something from her mom's phone. Miguel confirmed the ranch is set up and ready for her. Are you planning on bringing her to your place in Malibu? What's the deal with her condo? Jim asked. Well, you know I've been staying there. Before the accident, Elena and I were living out of both houses together, I answered and looked back to Jim. I've told her a little about our living arrangements, and she didn't seem to want to hear about it, so I let the conversation die. The therapist said she'd ask when she was ready. So I just sort of go with the flow now, I said, as Jake walked up. Hey, Jim, Jake said as he approached. You need to see this shit. It's bugging the hell out of me, but the whole remodel of this wing is going to hell. Can it wait? Jim half laughed. No, Jake smirked. While I have you here, I want you to see it with your own eyes. What the hell is going on? I asked. Let's just say they're overdoing my cardiac floor, and pink and gold aren't going to fly, Jake said with an eye roll. I'm not approving this princess remodel. You're way too damn picky, I laughed. Jake looked at Jim. Just come look at this shit and give me your opinion. If you were recovering in the new heart facility, would you like to feel as though you were moved into a cartoon version of a princess castle? Go, I said. That heart center opens up next month, and we can't have the chief heart surgeon spiraling out of control before his baby opens up. Fuck you too, Jake mouthed, making me smile. The guys walked off, and as I turned back to walk into Elena's room, I heard Addison crying. Elena was sobbing and saying she was sorry over and over again, as she always did when something slipped out, and she immediately felt remorse for it. What the hell happened? I thought, walking briskly up the hall toward the open door of her room. Addison met me first, crying for Jim but settling for me. I knelt and brought the 5-year-old into my arms, looking up to see Avery crying with Elena and trying to calm her down. Uncle Colin, she said, her voice muffled in the scrubs I was wearing. What's wrong, Munchkin? I said, using the nickname I always called Addie. I'm so scared. I'm so sorry. I held her tight. Why are you sorry and scared? Your baby is dead. Mommy's baby can die too. She pulled away, and tears streamed down her face that I instinctively brought my hands up to hold. Lainey said she killed your baby. My mind was reeling. Thank God Avery was holding it together with Elena while I had Addie out here. Where was the goddamn therapist who usually sat in there in case Elena switched gears and blurted out something like this? Dear God, who told her about the miscarriage? She wasn't ready for that yet, and even the therapist confirmed it. Addie. I brushed her tears from her cheeks with my thumbs and held her face for her sad blue eyes to look at mine. Your mommy's baby won't die. That baby is nice and safe in your mommy's tummy, just like you were before you were born. Why did Lainey say mommy's baby can die? She said through quivering lips. It ripped my heart out to see this naturally vibrant child so broken. Your baby died, Uncle Colin. Listen, sweetheart, I said, trying to comfort her. Remember how we talked that Lainey was hurt in a bad accident? She nodded, and I nodded with her. We also talked about her not being able to remember a lot of things and about how sometimes she says things that she doesn't mean. Are you sad? She asked. I would have naturally been angry that someone would say such things to upset a little girl, but Lainey had no ability to restrain herself. It was messed up on every level. I understand that it wasn't time for me and Lainey to have a baby yet, I said. You shouldn't worry yourself over these things, sweet Addie. She sniffed. Lainey said your daughter died. Good God, I thought. Yes, our baby daughter died in Lainey's accident, but she has angel wings now, and that makes me very happy, I said. I don't think of her as dead. I think she is an angel who watches over all of us now." Addison smiled, thank God. "She protects us and her mommy, who is hurt." "Exactly." "And mommy's baby won't die?" She eyed me as I heard Jim and Jake's approach behind me. "Nope," I said, in a voice I always used with Addie. "That baby is nice and safe in your mommy's tummy." I think Lainey might have said something that she didn't mean, just like we talked about before. Don't you? "Yeah," Addison said. Then she looked up and saw Jim. "Dad, Uncle Colin's baby is an angel." I rose when Jim gathered Addison up in his arms and held her. I looked at Jake and Jim, and all I could do was shake my head. "I need to get in there with Elena," I said. I bit my lip, my anger growing that the therapist in that room allowed this to happen. She must have found out about the miscarriage and said something in there. Addison is now aware that mine and Lady's daughter is an angel who watches over all of us. I eyed both men's confused expressions. "Yes." Addison looked at me as if to inform me of that being a fact. "Let me get in there. Avery looks pretty shaken up, and I don't want all of us to rush the room." "You got this?" Jake asked, while Jim nodded. "Yeah." I turned and walked toward the door. When I made it to the doorway, Holly, the therapist, who was supposed to be in the room for Elena's support, rushed past me into the room again, slipping her phone into her pocket. "Come here, Av." I held an arm out to my friend's sobbing wife, who met me at the doorway while Elena, who was upset and crying, reached out for Holly, who she'd grown attached to recently. All I knew was that Holly had better have a good fucking reason to have been out of this room while Avery and Addison were visiting. If she were taking a personal call, I would lose my shit. "You okay?" I asked Avery, who'd hugged me, pulled back, and wiped her tears away. She and I looked into the room, watching Holly comfort Elena. "I had no idea she knew about the miscarriage, or I wouldn't have let Addison talk about her having a surprise baby brother or sister coming. We went from talking about the wedding, dancing, and laughing to Addie saying I surprised Jim and her about the baby." Avery started crying again. "Then Addie just went off about the baby, and poor Lainey started crying, and then told Addie that her baby died, and if I wasn't careful—" She trailed off. "Jesus Christ," I said, pulling Avery back in for a hug. "I'm so sorry about this." "No," Avery stepped back. "I am. I didn't know Elena knew." "I didn't either. We all agreed she wasn't ready to know yet," I said. "I talked to Addie, and I think she'll be okay." "We're all good here," Jim said, as he approached with Addie in his arms. "Thank God." Avery looked into the room again. Elena was sobbing, and the therapist who'd bailed on her ass was rubbing her back, trying to soothe her. "What about Lainey?" She looked at me. "Call, I'm serious. I'm so sorry about this." "So long as you're okay and understand Lainey is still struggling, that's all I need from you, Avery," I said. "No, I get it," she said. "This whole fucking thing breaks my heart for you both. I can tell she's just wading through the darkness, trying so hard to find herself again. I can't imagine the suffering that comes along with it." "We're going to get through it, sis," I said. "Love you, Call. Both of you." "Go, make sure Addie is okay," I said. "Let me see if I can talk to Lainey." I walked slowly into the room. Holly's guilt-ridden eyes met mine. "Colin," she said. "I hope that was an emergency call you were taking while this happened," I said, looking at the panic in her eyes. "While I appreciate all of your help in Elena's recovery, there was only ever one specific request, and that was not to leave her when the kids were visiting." "I understand," she said, and then she looked to my crying and broken Elena. "Dr. Brooks is here, Elena. He always puts that smile on your face that we love so much." "No," she growled. "I can't. I don't want to see anyone. I'm awful." "Elena," I said, rubbing her back. Baby, look at me. The babe and baby thing seemed to work magic on her about 50% of the time, but when she went into hysterics, it was over.
I can't, she said. I'm sorry.
I'll calm her down, Holly said. I'll give her some medication to help her relax. We're tapering off of that, I said, as calmly as I could. Half the dose. It's what she requests and her family approved.
I understand.
Call me when she's calm. Someone took it upon themselves to deliver information that we all know Elena wasn't ready to hear.
I'm sorry, Dr. Brooks. I'll make sure she's okay.
I walked out of the room, closing the door behind me to give Elena privacy. I wanted to speak to the person in charge of these therapists immediately because this was bullshit, but I knew I was angry. I had to trust that the therapist, who Elena loved, would calm her and make this right in Elena's mind in my absence. I ran both hands through my hair and closed my eyes, letting a large breath of air out and calming my mind. Call, I heard Jake. What the hell happened? Someone told Elena about the miscarriage. You were standing there when I told Jim, I said, so pissed about this that I was taking it out on Jake when he was only trying to start the conversation. Fucking unreal. How's Addison? I asked. Sitting over there with Jim and Av. We thought we'd go grab dinner, and we thought it might be a good idea if you came along. He shrugged. If I find out it was Lydia who told Elena, I might strangle that woman, I said, surer of that than anything else in this world.
Colin,
Lydia's voice said. Wow. It's as if I summoned the Ice Queen myself, I said, eyes wide and turning to her. It was Steve, Lydia said, quieting the anger in me with the sorrow I heard in her voice.
Dr. Mitchell, do you mind if I speak with Colin alone?
Good to see you, Lydia, he said in his professional voice. Why? I snapped. I narrowed my eyes at her sad ones. This was not the Lydia I knew. She was actually showing emotion and not shooting daggers out of her eyes.
What happened in there? All I heard was that she's inconsolable right now, Lydia asked.
The therapist took off while that sweet little girl was visiting Elena. I pointed back to where Jim, Avery, and Jake waited for me. Elena unloaded on her about our dead baby, unfiltered style.
Dear God,
Lydia said, rubbing her hands together.
Colin, I have to apologize to you. For everything.
Come again? I couldn't believe my ears. What fucking episode of The Twilight Zone was I in now?
I'm sorry for the way I've been treating you.
She sighed.
And I'm sorry my brother told Lainey something critical that was between you and her, all of it. I've watched you care for my sister so beautifully since her accident. You've proven that you don't deserve my scrutiny.
It was evident that I was looking into the eyes of a woman who rarely apologized for anything. If she weren't so genuine and vulnerable because of her big sister, the words would have probably made her uncomfortable.
I am a big enough person to admit when I am wrong, which isn't often, by the way,
I assure you, she said, with a confident arch of her eyebrow.
However, I will admit that I was wrong about my assumptions.
Well, Lydia, I said, pretty fucking astonished that this exchange was taking place. Thank you for that.
I'm serious. You're a remarkable man, and you've been with us every step of the way. To deal with all of this, I'm so sorry. I love my sister more than anyone in the world, and I don't want to be your enemy, she said.
Well, who am I supposed to take out my frustration on if you and I start getting along? I subtly smiled at her, still utterly baffled this was even happening. She reached out and ran her hand on my arm in a careful yet earnest way.
I want you to know I'm here for you, just like you've been here for us, in all of this. I'm here for you and Lainey.
I do appreciate that, I said.
You can still call me the Ice Queen if you'd like. Nothing wrong with being a queen.
she flashed me a humorous smile, one that I wasn't even sure she had the capability of mustering until now.
"Can I talk to the girl?"
I handled her the best I could after Lainey told her that her mom's baby might die too. Lydia looked past me and closed her eyes.
"All of this is so unbearable at times. To hear things like that, it's so unlike Elena. It's a brutal reminder of the loss of personality that we're struggling with."
She started to tear up. I know. If anyone gets that brutal reminder, it's me, but she's got tremendous support from all of you, I said. I have to say that I don't understand why Stevie would let that slip. Why would he tell her that?
"He's not handling this well at all, Colin. Lainey was Stevie's lifeline, his anchor. She always has been," she said. "I'm sure you've noticed that she's the only one he listens to. Poppy lets the kid walk all over him, and well, let's agree that I don't have the patience for his frivolousness."
You don't say, I teased, having the first open and honest discussion with this woman. She raised her eyebrows to confirm that she wasn't sorry about the facts she'd laid down.
"We're all very different. Lainey was always the perfect balance to all of our personalities. Where I'm driven to be in control, following the rules and the letter of the law, she's wild and free and goes jumping from planes and waterfalls. Where Steve is lazy and unmotivated, she knows exactly what she wants and has goals to get there. It's hard for us to fit without her, and we're trying, but it takes its toll on our family dynamic as well, as strange as that sounds."
It doesn't sound strange at all, I said. Lydia was right. The family needed to learn how to function with Elena's personality change, too. Elena had been the glue that kept them all together. She was the magnet they were all attracted to, the way she'd attracted everyone else who knew her. And now she was different, and that left a void in their lives and relationships with one another.
"Poppy won't allow Stevie around her again until he can figure out how to work with all of this. When Stevie came home crying and telling us he accidentally told Elena about the miscarriage, I came straight here, and Poppy lost it on him."
It's hard on all of us and in different ways. I'll talk to the kid, I said.
"You don't have to do that. He's not your responsibility," Lydia said.
Yeah, I ran my bottom lip between my teeth. But I made a promise to Elena that we'd get him on the right path. He's part of my promise to help her.
"After what he did, you're willing to do that?" she questioned me.
I love Elena, and although she's forgotten our history, I haven't. Steve was part of that. I can't help but be sorry for him. We'll repair the damage that's been done with Lainey losing the baby.
"Uncle Colin?" I heard Addison say from behind me. "Why is Lainey's sister so sad?"
Lydia took over for this abrupt subject change as my friends came up after Addison had most likely broken loose and rushed over to me. Now here we all were, the dysfunctional unit of people outside of Elena's room.
"Hey there."
Lydia knelt, and I watched in admiration as Elena's oldest sister spoke to Addison.
"I want to make sure you're happy, little Blue Eyes." "I'm sad for Uncle Colin," Addie said. "Lainey is very sad, too. Their baby died but has angel wings now." "That's right," Lydia smiled, flashing a look that resembled one of Elena's expressions. "And what a beautiful and wonderful thing to learn today. I didn't know she had angel wings until you just told me." "Yes," Addison said.
I choked back my emotions, knowing that my Lainey was in that room without me, dealing with the loss of her child, after not even knowing she'd been pregnant.
"She flies with the butterflies in the children's garden." "I heard about that," Lydia said. "I will go to visit it soon. I want you to know everything will be perfectly fine, and Lainey will be happy to know her baby has angel wings now, too."
Jim was studying Lydia with his no-bullshit CEO face. Avery wiped away her pooling tears, and Jake most likely had the same shocked-into-silence expression I had.
"Lainey is tired," Addison informed Lydia. "Do you want me to take you to the butterflies?" "Addie,"
Avery interjected as she looked at Lydia. "I'm sorry, she's sort of processing it right now." Lydia smiled up at Avery warmly, looking like an entirely different woman from the one I'd grown to loathe. "Would you all mind if I went with her to see the butterflies?" "Colin," Lydia smiled at me, "have you been there?" Only to ensure the plaque faced the fountains. "Why don't we go together?" She rose and placed her hand on my back, and I had to rewire my brain not to shiver at the gesture. "We'll meet you guys down there," Jake said. Lydia pulled back. "I know this has got to be painful for you, losing Lainey as you have. What you've done for your baby is a lovely thing, and I know if she'd woken up with her memories, she would have loved what you did." "I'm happy to know that," I said, still a bit indifferent to the loss of our child, and knowing it was a subject I had to bury until Elena got her bearings again. She smiled at me. "Let's go see her together." "Did your dad kick your ass or something?" I smirked at her while we started walking toward the pediatric area of the hospital. "This is completely unexpected." "I've still got my eyes on you, Dr. Brooks," she smiled at me. "Don't let me catch you slippin' because you know Big Sister is always watching." "Oh, I don't doubt that," I smiled. "Well, this has been the most eventful visit of them all." She laughed. "She's put you through hell, and most guys would have taken off on that fact alone. But you stayed, and you won't give up. I admire that tenacity." "I love that woman more than life itself," I said. "And if she doesn't return to the woman you fell in love with?" "Then I will fall in love with her all over again." I looked over at Lydia. "Nothing wrong with falling in love over and over again, is there?" "Even if you're the asshole who cheated on her?" "You heard about that one, eh?" I smiled. "God, I think I've officially cheated on her with everyone, including the gardeners." Lydia laughed and nudged me playfully. "You're all right, Colin Brooks. I'll take you as my brother any day." "Well, outside of me thinking you're high," I eyed her with a smile, "I'll gladly accept the gesture." "We're all going to get through this. Poppy already said that you're part of our family, and we want you to know that." "Thanks, Lydia." "That does sound weird, doesn't it?" She chuckled. "You prefer Ice Queen?" I looked over at her as we walked into the elevators behind Jake, Avery, Jim, and Addison. "It does suit you, being a hotshot lawyer and all." She laughed. "Damn right." I was grateful that Lydia was on my side, but torn by the fact that I was leaving Elena in the arms of Holly when she needed me most. But she didn't want me for this, and that hurt like a motherfucker. She needed things to happen at her pace. If I was honest, coming down to the gardens to see the plaque was not something I'd planned on doing unless Elena wanted me to go with her. Addison seemed to love all of the serenity and beauty that St. John's had created in this lovely garden. They'd managed to create a whimsical world that felt enchanting. I'd expected I would be a bit traumatized by facing this whole thing, but I wasn't. However, I felt my lungs constrict when I saw the etching of the butterfly on the plaque. It was a reminder of something Elena had drawn, and I would never know what her thoughts were that day she went home and cried when she first learned she was pregnant. She was crying now as I left her room and came down here with everyone. I couldn't hold her. When she went into these fits, it always seemed to take a therapist to calm her down. It tore my soul in half to know that she was hurting and I couldn't be there for her. Addison gleefully played with Jim and Jake as Lydia and Avery started to open up to each other, and I started to feel like I was suffocating. I had to get the fuck out of here. It was all finally starting to hit me, even though nothing had really happened to set it off. "I'm going to take off," I said, my voice unexpectedly hoarse. "Lydia, I'll stop by the ranch tomorrow after work." I couldn't control how weird I sounded. "Are you okay?" she asked, her and Avery looking at me as if I'd suddenly turned into the madman I felt I was. "I need to get out of here for a while," I said truthfully. "I was just inviting—" "Seriously," I cut off Avery. "I have to bounce." With that, I took off out of there like demons were chasing me. "Colin!" Jake shouted after me by the time I'd gone into a sprint after the front doors of the hospital had turned me loose. "Fuck, man," he said, on my heels. "Stop, Jake. I have to get the hell out of here." Jake grabbed my shoulder, slowing me as we reached our parking structure. "Talk to me, goddammit!" "I'm done talking to people," I snapped. "Fuck, I don't know what's happening to me." "You're flipping the hell out. Take a breath. Was it Lydia? The baby?" "It's everything. I miss the hell out of her so much it fucking hurts worse than any pain I've ever felt. She's right in front of me every day, but it's not her. She doesn't want me. I can't help her or do anything to ease her suffering. I can't play nice guy right now. I can't be fucking soft and vulnerable. I have to get the hell away. I'm off until tomorrow, and I'm getting the hell out of here." "You're not taking off like this," he said. "Jake, if you know what's best for me, you'll let me get the fuck out of here." "All right. It looks like you and I were both blessed to be off at the same time." He glanced up. "Let's get the bikes and turn those things loose up the coast. You and me." "Ash ain't going for that shit, you know that." "Just sent the text, prick." He smirked. "Let's see who can get to Malibu and suit up first. You know I always kick your ass when it comes to a good night ride." I smiled and inhaled. "A ride is just what I need." "Then we're wasting good fucking time." On the bikes was where we had always found our solace. Once I was on the bike, I hit the radio and turned on the music I always played, encouraging a good, adrenaline-filled ride up the coast. This was my therapy, and holy shit, did I ever need it.
Chapter 37. Elena. I had been at the ranch for 3 days now, and I hadn't seen Colin since I blurted out those horrible things about killing his baby to sweet little Addie, terrifying her. I insisted that I didn't want to see him so many times, and now I had no idea what he thought of me. Thinking about seeing him again brought up the horrible things I'd said and done to that poor little girl, and it made me feel wretched. Holly would visit in the mornings, and even with her help and encouragement, I wasn't ready to face Colin or any of his friends yet. It made me cry and go into hysterics, which I despised, when I even thought about seeing them again. I had no control over myself, and it was scary and frustrating and making it feel impossible to move forward. I was told that this was the week Colin and I had planned to take our 2-week honeymoon. The first 2 weeks of June were supposed to be for us to enjoy each other after our wedding, and he'd planned a trip that was intended to be a surprise for me. I only knew any of this because of what my family had relayed to me. Lydia, Mom, and Dad worked overtime to help bring me to accept being around Colin again, but nothing helped. All it did was send me off in another direction, making me hate the other Elena again. I just wanted to start over from where I was now. Nothing my family was doing jarred any of my memories, and it was starting to make me angry. It felt like they were trying to push me to be someone else instead of accepting me. Maybe it sounded ridiculous given my situation, but that aspect of it hurt my feelings. They didn't want me. They wanted her. That is what made me hate her. Even if my memories came back, my therapist told me my erratic behavior, the mood swings, the uncensored cussing, and everything else that was uncharacteristic no matter what stage of my life, may or may not go away. I was told not to dwell on that, though, and that everyone understood. "Stevie," I caught my brother before he left the kitchen to hide in his apartment above the garage. "How's my baby brother?" He smiled and wrapped his arm around me as I walked with him.
Good, Lainey,
he said, kissing the top of my head.
How's my crazy sister?
I'm good. On top of you being much taller than me now. I love being with you the most, you know, I said. You don't treat me like I'm some fragile person, and you shoot me straight.
Yeah, well, because of that and my own mistakes, he said. You refused to see Colin, the only guy you've ever dated who was actually cool and who I liked.
Stop blaming yourself for that, Stevie, I said. None of that was your fault. If Colin weren't always so scared to talk to me about stuff, then he would have done what was right and told me himself. It's more his fault than anything. Steve stopped.
You can't mean that.
He glared at me.
Lainey, you need to stop doing this. I know you're having a hard time, but the nicer people are to you, the meaner you are to them. Then you go into these fits, and look at where it's all at now.
If I don't want to see Colin Brooks, I leveled Stevie with a glare of my own. That's up to me. Now, I looped my arm through Steve's. Let's sneak out Cookie and Oscar and go ride them up to the lake. Steve gave me a look that I hated. Everyone gave me the same look whenever I forgot that something had changed in the last 10 years, or when no one had told me yet. I know I hadn't asked to ride my horse, and I know for a fact I hadn't been out to the stables, so this was something I hadn't been told. Spill it, I said.
You sold Cookie when you started med school, he said. You didn't want him locked up in the stables.
Sounds like something I would say or do. I smiled at him. See, I do well when people actually answer me. So let's get on the other horses and ride then.
You're not cleared to ride yet,
Steve said.
That's a doctor's order for now.
God, I rolled my eyes. Cookie would have never thrown me. He would have been gentle. I should have never sold him. I would have him here and we would ride.
Hey, I have to run.
He used his usual avoidance tactic with me. You're afraid to be around me, I said, my voice more elevated than before.
I'm afraid of hurting you, sis. After accidentally saying I was sorry that you were in the hospital and that you had a miscarriage, I don't trust myself anymore.
Fine, I folded my arms. Maybe you should sit in on these stupid family therapy sessions then.
Elena, I love you.
He kissed my forehead.
I'm job hunting today, something I promised you I'd start doing. That and going back to college.
Well, this is good news. I smiled at him. Can I go with you? I need to get out of here.
I'm afraid the interviewer wouldn't appreciate my sister cussing them out if they don't hire me.
He chuckled, and I punched his arm. Good luck, I said. After a day of roaming around the house, I spent the afternoon outside, watching a little girl jump one of the horses she had boarded here. What a cool thing my dad did to allow kids to board and train their horses after we all had grown up and moved away. Lainey, Lydia said, making me roll my eyes. You've been out here for hours. Well, it's the only place where I can get any peace. I looked at her as I stood from my chair. I walked up to the split rail fence, stepped a boot onto a rail, and watched the girl jumping. I see that, she said, joining me at my side. You know, you've got to stop hiding from all of us. I'm not hiding, Lydia, I said, looking at her. I'm avoiding all of you. Why? She smiled. Because of that stupid look on your face. I'm sick of it. I growled and looked up in annoyance. I'm so sick of everyone treating me like damaged goods. Is that why you won't see Colin? Part of it, yes. No one answers me when I ask questions, and the only person who ever did runs around this place sad now because I did such a god-awful thing to Avery and her daughter. I sighed. Colin is the worst of all of you. He hid that from me. Why would he hide that from me? Because he knows this is all a process, Lainey. He planned on telling you, and time and again, the therapists. You know, the people you trust like we do. They told him you weren't ready to find out that you and he were going to have a baby. Well, it's all in the past now, I said. I'm done talking about it. You need to knock this off, she said. This is childish, and you know better. You shared a pretty awesome life with Colin, and you're refusing all of it now. It's stupid. How can I not act childish when all that you guys ever do is treat me like a child? I said. And I want my horse back, but the other Elena sold him. Stop referring to your memory loss as the other Elena. Lydia said. How can I not? I laughed in disbelief. That part of my brain doesn't seem to want to fill in the missing 10 years of my life. That Elena was who I used to be, and I can't get her back. The more I try, the angrier I get. I started crying again, and Lydia wrapped her arms around me. This was usually where my days ended. It was so difficult to come out of these fits when I let it all in. Lainey, she tried to calm me. Don't do this again. I can't help it, I sobbed. I want to see Colin, I finally admitted. Then let's call him, she said. I know for a fact that man would be here in seconds. No, I sniffed and stepped back. He might think he still loves me, but I'm telling you, I don't even like myself anymore. He's wasting his time if he thinks he's in love with this bitch standing in front of you. A man who sticks by your side after he saves your life. She paused. You truly believe he would stick around after all you have forgotten about him and all the hateful things you've said to his face? It would get old, and I don't want to fight. I know this will only frustrate him as it does me. God, I can't even live with myself. Why should I allow him to try and live with someone he didn't fall in love with? I started crying again. I want to ride again. That's all I want right now. It was always soothing to just ride. The previous day ended with me avoiding everyone, holed up in the attic, and looking at pictures of when I rode Cookie in competitions. In one picture, I was standing in Cookie's saddle and getting busted for trying to turn an expensive, show-jumping horse into a trick horse. Instead of crying at the memories, I smiled, knowing I could remember them. It was so comforting to see things I remembered. And part of me wished I'd taken that early flight with my mom this morning to go back to the life I remembered in Miami. Thinking of going back to Miami made me think of yet another thing I couldn't manage to do anymore. Dance. It was like that part of my brain wouldn't allow me to remember. I busted my ass to learn salsa, tango, and even hula when I lived in Hawaii, and now all of it was gone. Well, my mind understood it, but my legs didn't want to do what my brain tried to tell them to do. After getting it out of Poppy, I found out my surprise brain tumor was still in there, and scans would most likely show that the tumor was jarred in my brain, possibly pushing on that part of my brain and causing me to struggle with something as simple as making my legs move to music. It was so crazy how the brain worked. If Colin Brooks wanted to do anything for me, he could take out the last of the tumor and let me dance again.
The door is for you, Lainey,
Dad said when I walked out from doing the dishes.
Get out here.
He had a smile in his voice that I liked. I'm not seeing anyone, I said, eyeing him.
Too bad.
He hit me straight with a smile and his usual no bullshit look. I covered my mouth when I saw a magnificent horse trailer and Colin holding the most stunning, tall chestnut mare. They both were so beautiful.
Care to take a walk with me?
Colin asked with a dazzling smile that could only make me say yes. Are you boarding a horse here? I asked, leaving my dad laughing in the doorway when I walked out to where Colin held onto black leather reins.
No,
he answered, as the horse remained perfectly calm. I ran my hands over her mane and the nameplate on her fancy black bridle. Grace, I said, and the horse seemed to tug at the reins Colin held. What a beautiful name. I smiled at Colin. Why are you and Grace here if you're not boarding her?
She's yours,
he said, his eyes shimmering. I can't accept this. Did Lydia call you? I glared at him. He ignored that, and I diffused immediately.
Come with me.
He turned the horse and led her as we walked. I loved hearing the sounds of her hooves clicking on the cobblestone walkway. Where are we going?
Well,
he looked at me.
Lydia called yesterday.
She needs to knock that shit off.
It's a good thing she did,
he said,
because I wouldn't have known it was finally time to give you the gift I'd planned on giving you as a wedding gift.
I stopped and swallowed hard. Why would you think to buy me this beautiful horse?
Lydia mentioned you wished to be cleared to ride.
He ignored my question. Yes? He stopped once we reached the grass.
Obviously, we're not going to allow you to just take off and let your healing brain bounce around in that skull of yours.
He pulled the reins up over Grace's head.
So, if you'll allow me.
He reached for my waist, and I shivered and smiled at his face being so close to mine, right before he effortlessly lifted me and placed me on her back.
You still enjoy bareback riding, correct? She has all new tack that was delivered with her today as well. We can saddle her, too.
I narrowed my eyes at him. How did you know I like to ride bareback the most? His expression made butterflies swarm in my stomach.
We had a few fun conversations about that.
He arched an eyebrow at me and laughed.
All right, Alvarez.
I loved when he called me that. I just didn't know why.
Here's the deal. You're only allowed to go as fast as a walk with Grace. No trotting or galloping, am I clear?
Listen to you, Dr. Colin Brooks, I said in a low, silly way of mocking him. He grinned.
As your doctor, and the man who loves you more than you care to learn about, you'll follow my orders if you wish to ride again.
He looked up at me, and this horse was so calm and well-trained that I could feel her serenity rushing into me by being on her back. Are you going to let go of the reins? I asked.
Nope,
he answered.
The Elena we all know from before I even met you might just give this horse a kick, stand on her back, and take off.
You knew how I was?
I would be a foolish man to fall only for the woman and not want to know about her history, too,
he said, holding the horse at her mouthpiece and letting us walk. This feels amazing, I said with a smile of freedom. Tell me why you bought her for me.
We had a discussion when you wouldn't let me date you. You showed me a picture of Cookie, and you told me your real dream was to have your very own rehab center, knowing that equine therapy was a beautiful way for patients to accept their altered lives.
Wow, I said, feeling in complete agreement with that statement at the moment. So, you bought me the horse after Lydia called you yesterday, I'm assuming?
Lydia informed me that she'd seen you out here, and your family knew about Grace after she came in 2 weeks before your injury.
Where have you been hiding her? That beach house? He laughed.
No,
he looked up at me.
At a place I can officially say would have been a surprise after my mom informed me about her plans for the future this week.
Suddenly, I felt terrible instead of upset by the tone of disappointment or sadness in his voice. What do you mean? I couldn't focus being on the horse, and everything inside me told me I needed to be able to talk and listen to Colin.
It's nothing. The horse was at my childhood home. I had the stables renovated, knowing that I was bringing the mare in.
Colin, help me down, I said sternly. He turned back to me.
This is nothing to get worked up about. I'm sorry if I seemed annoyed.
Help me down, I insisted. He did, and I took his hands in the middle of the field we were in and smiled at him. Sit with me, I said, loving the confusion in his eyes and our closeness. Something felt warm and beautiful about it. Colin sat cross-legged in front of me, and we both laughed. Now it's time for your therapy session, not mine. He covered my hand that held his cheek, and I felt so many burning emotions inside of me. I could hardly handle it. Now that I was seeing him again, I was reminded that I actually dated this gorgeous man. Not just that, but he and I made a dreamy life together. And instead of being jealous of the Elena who shared that with him, I stayed right here, solid in this moment. He dropped his hands, and his eyes met mine.
Well then,
he smiled.
I'm all ears, Dr. Alvarez.
You say that like I'm still that doctor.
I see it in your eyes and hear it in your tone. And officially, I declare you my doctor. I have to warn you, though.
He laughed when I reached forward to hold his hands.
I might intermittently cuss you out.
Shut up, I said, knowing how erratically I behaved. Now, Colin, tell me what's bothering you.
Well, the woman I love more than life itself seems to hate me.
He stared at me, and I nodded with a laugh.
I should be on my honeymoon with her, but alas, I'm not.
A horrible woman to do that to you. We can agree on that.
She was tolerable, I guess.
He chuckled.
Then,
his eyes widened.
With all of that going on, and while I'm in the middle of planning to hire plumbers to replumb my mother's house, my mom drops the bomb on me that she's selling it.
What did you say? I asked, knowing that this was what was bothering him. He shrugged.
I told her that I wouldn't allow her to sell the place I grew up in, the house that my dad designed and built for us. She was happy about that, at least.
Why does she want to sell it? Because of that bad plumbing? I asked. Colin chuckled, and his face was so beautiful when it was lit up with humor.
No, she wants to live closer to my sister in Maine. She misses her grandkids, and I get it. They're all growing up too fast, and my mom needs something more than being in that massive house alone.
So why are you upset?
It's news I wasn't expecting. It seriously didn't call for a therapy session with my new doctor.
He teased. I took his large hands and traced my fingertips over the top of them. Something was very familiar about this, and Colin's sighing seemed to alert me to it being something I must have done before. Weird. Why does this feel familiar? Or why do I like this so much? I looked up at his striking eyes. He smiled.
You always seemed fascinated by my hands. I still have no idea why.
They are beautiful, and I'm glad to hear there's something you don't know about us. Welcome to this shitty club I'm in. We laughed together. Tell me what I would do. You changed just now. Like you remember something that I don't know.
Well, after you and I had amazing sex.
He chuckled and shook his head. Good God. I laughed and gripped his hands. What happened to being reserved?
Stevie told me you're sick of that shit, so I'm breaking the rules now.
I like that.
I'm sure you do. Anyway.
His eyes widened and smile beamed.
It was either after our wild sex or lying on the sofa together and doing nothing after a long-ass day that you'd run your hands over mine when I held you close.
And you miss it?
I never thought I'd have it again. Thank God that after all of this, she still loves my hands.
He laughed. And your smile and eyes.
Of course.
He was a little cockier than I'd ever heard, but it was charming.
I believe I loved your smile more, though,
he said, reaching for my face. I closed my eyes and held very still, letting in the rush of tingling sensations that followed his fingertips as they ran on my skin.
You're so beautiful, Lainey.
I'm not her anymore, Colin, I said, feeling a sincere tear slip down my cheek for the first time. Typically, my tears were rushing and hysterical, but this was genuine sadness.
I will wait, babe,
he said.
I love you more than anything in this world.
My eyes reopened when he brushed the tear away. Even after I blurted out those horrible things about killing your baby to that little girl?
Even after that.
This time, he took my hands into his.
Look at me, Elena,
he said. My heart was pounding after I'd brought this up, and I looked into his eyes.
We lost our child, and I should have told you earlier. I knew you didn't remember the baby, so I didn't press the issue.
You should have told me what we had and lost, but it doesn't make up for what I did.
Bringing up something you couldn't remember, only for you to have mixed emotions of grief or anger that you possibly didn't feel grief over it. All of it seemed pointless at the time.
I'm sorry, I said. I'm sorry I lost your baby. I named her Jo?
Our daughter was named before you even told me about her.
He smirked.
How about that for keeping a secret?
I didn't tell you I was pregnant?
No, I had no idea. You were coming back early from your snowboarding trip to tell me. At least that's what your friends and I think.
He kissed the back of my hand, and the air was stolen from my lungs at how lovely that felt.
I learned about the gender after you miscarried, and had no idea what I should do.
God, I said, sad, but not irrationally sad. This was okay. I wanted to hear about this. I heard you had a plaque put up, but how did you know about the name?
Long story short, you wrote it down.
I loved Jo from the book Little Women, I smiled. I loved everything about that character.
That's why I went down the road I did with the plaque and naming her. I still don't know if it's what you wanted.
I know I love it now, I said. I don't know what the other Elena would have wanted, though. He gave me a stare that was both loving yet admonishing.
No more referring to your memory loss as the other Elena, you got that? I'm talking to the Elena I fell in love with right now. And I now want to know. Did I do the right thing for our daughter?
You did a beautiful thing for her, I said, with all the sincerity I felt. All while I was in a coma.
All while I didn't know if you would survive it. I just went into some weird gear and called to find out what you felt about it all.
Was I upset? I asked. I haven't asked that before.
You cried. You drew a butterfly after you named the baby. Dr. Allen said you were extremely excited when you found out. I just don't know why you cried and then drew the butterfly.
He was so perplexed, but I knew the reason I loved butterflies, and I also knew how I was feeling right now, with him saying we didn't plan on a child. I might know why I cried, I said.
Do you remember, or are you having feelings about it?
He asked, his eyes searching mine. I know why I love butterflies, I said. Maybe I drew that because my papi always told me to dance with the butterflies when I left for Miami. He knew I loved to dance, and he told me that butterflies meant embracing change and a new life. I didn't want to leave him when Mom left for Miami. I smiled and then tried to mock Dad. Dance with the butterflies, I sang out in my best Miguel Alvarez impersonation. Colin smiled.
I guess you were embracing the change that would happen then?
He still seemed to want to know more, and I didn't blame him. I might have been feeling the way I do now.
How's that?
He asked. Well, you said we didn't plan on the baby. What if I were scared it would upset you? A child changes everything. Even I know that with 10 years of my life stripped away. He smiled.
You're the most amazing human being I know,
he said.
Perhaps that is what it was then.
Would you have been upset? He grinned.
Well, I did the math on the gestational growth of the fetus. It would place us in the earlier days when we just said fuck it and had sex with or without a condom.
God, I coughed out with a laugh, imagining what it would be like to have sex with him. I was that wild?
We both were,
he said, laughing.
You certainly couldn't resist my sexy ass. And that is the reason you got yourself pregnant.
He winked at me. So it's all my fault? He licked his lips.
We couldn't resist each other. We barely managed to survive watching one movie. And then we were...
His eyes grew distant. You miss us as badly as I wish I knew about us. His eyebrows knit together.
That couldn't be a more accurate statement. All in good time.
He smiled.
We'll get there.
Until then, I said. About your mom leaving. Are you okay?
Well, it seems I'm buying the place from my mom now. So, I'm fixing the plumbing myself, since I've already taken these 2 weeks off, and I'm doing exactly what you dreamed.
What's that?
There are at least 50 hidden acres with that place. I'm turning it into the equestrian rehab center you said you once wanted. Perhaps I'll move there. It's not too far from the office, and I found out you're selling the condo.
Sorry about that, I said. I heard we shared that place.
We did, but that's not your home anymore. I hardly visit the place anyway. On our honeymoon, I wanted to propose that we buy something like my childhood home. Now, here we are talking about it, and my mom is allowing me to buy it from her, after twisting her arm a little.
He laughed.
I think it would be perfect for an equine therapy center. That's if it's still your dream.
I want to know more about why I never became a surgeon. His lips twisted some.
I saw how your dad fixed people but didn't help them like you're being helped. Like we're all being helped. After the fallout. You toured a hospital, and you said it just hit you one day. You wanted to be the one to fix them mentally while your dad fixed them physically.
That's quite beautiful, I said, finally getting why I changed career paths. Do you mind if I help you this week? I mean, we were supposed to be on our honeymoon.
You want to help fix the plumbing?
His forehead creased in humor.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
Did I name this rehab center you want to build?
No, I'm sure I said something stupid.
Well, let's come up with something together.
Well, I'll be damned. That equine therapy really does work.
He laughed.
If I'd known that Grace would put all of these smiles back on your face, and we could manage to get through a conversation for this long, I would have walked that mare right through the hospital and handled shit immediately.
I laughed and felt happier than I had since I woke up to this life. Colin stayed for dinner, and I watched how he blended so beautifully with my family. I wanted to know more about us now, but I wanted to be stable in my head. We opted for a day together, and he would take me to the beach house where we lived. We would go from there, and I would try to gather the missing pieces of our relationship.
Chapter 38. Colin. To say it had been a long fucking week would be a vast understatement. Elena not wanting to see me from the moment she'd cracked after telling Addie our baby died wasn't what I'd expected. I was pissed it had come to this, but what the hell was I going to do, bust down Miguel's front door and demand she see me? I was powerless in the situation. I'd been trying to keep myself occupied since Elena had gone to the ranch, refusing to see me, but nothing was working. Surfing wasn't even working. Just when I thought I couldn't take on anything more, my mom dropped the bomb about moving to Maine. It shouldn't have come as a surprise to me. Mom and Dad had a summer house in Maine, and being close to my sister and her kids made it all the more enticing to Mom. Who wanted to live in a mansion alone? I could hardly be at home since Elena's accident, so what made me think my mom enjoyed being in the big-ass house that my dad built for her, without him? It didn't take much convincing to insist that I buy the house instead of my mom putting it on the market. It's not like she needed the money, and this way the house stayed in the family instead of sitting vacant. After Mom knew Elena was healthy and I was going to survive this, she confirmed her usual summer trip to Maine, giving me the idea to try and take on the old plumbing of the massive-ass house myself. I had plumbers on standby to fix anything I fucked up, since, I was a surgeon and not a plumber. It was a fun challenge, and one that kept my mind occupied up until I got the call I'd been anxiously awaiting. When Lydia called yesterday, I knew it was time to change the game. My mind had already been made up that I wasn't going to sidestep shit with Elena anymore. I just needed a nudge. That nudge came with Lydia suggesting I could introduce Elena to Grace, the mare I'd boarded at the stables at Mom's place, all set to surprise her for our wedding that never happened. I wasn't off my rocker. I wanted her back and would do whatever it took, even if it meant showing up with the horse uninvited. I wasn't having Grace delivered. Elena was getting both of us, whether she fought me on that or not. From what Stevie had told me, after I took him out for a heart-to-heart and got his head back in the game, Lainey was sick of the secrets and us being guarded around her. Holly even agreed it was time to stop holding back, and with her brain healing, it was time to start moving forward. We needed to continue to be cautious and remain unoffended if Lainey lost her shit on things. I was prepared, and from what Lydia had told me, so was Lainey. After Lainey and I shared the best day since her accident, being together at the ranch and introducing her to Grace, she asked to see the beach house and spend the day with me. I couldn't put my joy into words, but I knew I needed to stay cautious. "You ready, Sunshine?" I asked, seeing if she would react to one of the many nicknames I called her. Working to get her to access her memories was part of our job now, too. She blushed. "I like that," she said, walking to my car. "Wow, this car is so badass." "I know," I smiled at her. "That's why I bought it. It was your favorite one." "You have more?" "Sort of a hobby," I said, helping her into my Lamborghini. "So, to the Malibu place, right?" "Let's do this, sexy," she played back. I smiled. "I like you calling me that." "Did I used to call you that?" she asked. She frowned when my music came on, way too loud, and I instantly shut it off. "Sorry about that." I love loud music, fast cars, and pretty Cuban girls. I smiled at her. You loved it too. Ah, she laughed. Then punch it and get me out of here. I probably could have left the music on, but I didn't want to blast Elena with sensory overload. I would see if the beach house jarred any memories of our time there, and we'd go from there. When we rolled into the garage, Elena was quiet. Don't let the cars intimidate you. You always made fun of me for having them. I did, she said softly. You're seriously rich. These cars alone are worth... You always said I was born with a silver spoon in my mouth, I said with a smile. Let's go inside. This house misses you. We walked in, and Elena was greeted by all of the vibrant colors of Miami. I stood back as she moved into the living room area that led out and overlooked the infinity pool. Seeing her here again was the most beautiful sight in the world, and it felt like a dream to have her here again. She continued to wear a crocheted beanie to cover the shaved areas of her scalp, but I wished she was comfortable enough around me to take it off if she wanted to. I didn't care if she was completely bald. I had the love of my life back, and she was in the one place I'd felt the most immense void, our Malibu home. The pool dumped over the side and appeared to fall into the surf beyond the beach that spread across the back of the house. The decorators had been called off, for now, so she had to deal with my plain decor, which was exquisite, but not what she liked before the accident. She was quiet, so I decided to follow her lead and sit next to her on our blue sofas. What do you think? I asked. I think I just landed in Miami, she laughed. All this wicker, the flamingos, palms, and to think I almost booked a flight back to the life I remembered there when you have it all bottled up in this living room. You designed it. I smiled at her bewildered expression. No shit. You and Ash's best guy friends designed all this. They're crazy talented. Those flamingos, the water behind them looks like it's moving. She pointed at the large portrait that Clay and Joe had designed to be the room's focal point. Ash painted that for us. I think that woman sprinkles fairy dust in her paintings, and they magically come to life. This place is beautiful. I love your home. Well, it's your home, I said with a laugh. The pool and cabanas in the back are the remainders of what was mine in this house. Before I took over the place? She laughed, and it made me smile. I was pretty damn bold to do that. You were the same person you are now. I looked out at the pool area. This was your next big project, and since you just scared the shit out of me by saying you wanted to move back to Miami, what would you change out here to make this home for you? I think moving in with you is a pretty big step, she shrugged. I can't even dance anymore. If I can't mentally move my legs in big steps... She stopped herself and frowned. I don't know what I'm talking about. She half laughed. It sounded right until I started talking. Your dad told me about that. My heart broke, seeing the sadness in her eyes. But even if this tumor was pressing on this particular motor skill in her brain, it didn't warrant emergency surgery. I heard she threw a raging fit with Miguel, saying she wanted the tumor removed, but thank God that man was a brilliant neurosurgeon himself, and he explained to her why I wouldn't do the craniotomy. I watched her, curious if this would turn into a sudden nightmare because she wanted the tumor removed, and I didn't know if this would wind up being a conversation of her trying to convince me to do that. And I'm sure he told you I want you to get the rest of this tumor out of my head, she said in a stiffer tone than before. He did? Why won't you? Because I know you can fix this on your own, I answered. Come with me. She looked at me with confusion, but I only smiled and prayed I could help her understand that she could live her life without the surgery. We walked out to what used to be our favorite place, next to the outdoor bar and under a pre-lit pergola. I called for the outdoor music to turn on. My rhythm and blues playlist came on, playing the last song we'd listened to before her accident, when Elena and I had turned a night of dancing by the pool into a night of hot sex. I knew how much this woman loved dancing. Hell, it was how we met, and we loved doing it when we were home. Setting aside my memories of the last time Otis Redding played for Elena and me, I cleared those thoughts and appreciated the perfect tempo to lead the woman I loved. "I seriously can't dance anymore," she laughed as I slid a hand around her waist. "I can do it in my head, but my feet won't do it. I swear to God that this is a waste of time." "Bullshit," I smiled at her. "Follow my lead." I stepped back. "Step forward and follow my foot." She stepped forward and laughed. "Wow!" Her forehead wrinkled in humor. "And now I step back." She followed my simple steps. I stepped my other foot forward, watching her follow perfectly. "Yep, you got it," I said, as we slowly moved our feet in with the beat of the song. "Now." I pulled my hand from hers and took her chin between my fingers. "Look into my eyes and allow the beat of the song to guide you." She tripped and laughed. Not a good idea to look into your eyes." "Eyes on mine and listen to the music," I said with a smile. "This feels nice," she said, gently swaying her hips to where I couldn't resist both of my hands holding her waist and guiding her. Her eyes widened. "Are you trying to distract me?" "Trying to get these sexy hips moving again," I said. "Can you squat down on one leg and up to your toes before moving the other side the same way?" She did, and I smiled. "It's like shaking these hips can't be stopped by anything." "Oh my God, I'm doing it!" It was a matter of retraining her brain with a little bit of a confidence boost. I was thrilled to see her cheerfulness by conquering something she thought she'd lost. She wasn't at full speed yet, but the song's tempo didn't lend to that anyway. I was pulling her into me and bringing her closer to my cock that was hard and dreaming this was my Elena, before her injury. Shit, I had to be careful. The last thing I needed was her taking off down the beach because I turned this into a too much, too fast sexual situation, but this felt amazing. She molded herself against me, and it felt like the world of disaster and chaos left us both, and it was my Lainey and me, dancing with a second chance we deserved more than anything else in this world. She held on to me tightly, and I knew she could feel I was harder than a rock. Thank God she didn't let my issues bother her. Instead, we danced as if the accident had never happened, and we'd reverse time and let it stand still. "You're an amazing dancer," she softly said. "And thank God you think so, because that's how we first met," I said. She pulled away, tearing me from this moment of peace I'd been begging for since I lost her. "Can we walk on the beach?" she asked. "I feel so good right now, and I just want to talk." I nodded and knelt to slide off her sandals. "Let's get these feet back in the sand," I said, after rising back up. "Everything cool?" "It just seems like we must have had a lot of fun together out here." "We did," I said. "We took walks together all the time when we got off work. We ate taco truck food like crazy." She started laughing at that statement, and it made me laugh with her. "Oh, God," she said. "Was it me or you who was about the taco trucks?" "You," I said. "My best friend's a cardiovascular surgeon, remember? We both had fun lying to him about how healthy we ate, though." "That's so weird. I'm not a huge fan of them." "I never really was," she said, as we hit the beach and started walking, people passing us as they walked their dogs or were jogging. "Well, you said you missed the hell out of them after living in Florida and going to med school." We walked, and I filled her in on every detail she questioned me on. She wanted to know about our first meeting in Vegas up until now. This time she wasn't as brazen with her questions and asked about sex with me. That was my curse this time. "So this is your beach," she said. "Our beach," I'll add. I smiled at her when we came to a stop in front of the private part of the beach I owned below my house. "Our beach?" "Yeah, we pretty much ensured we owned it," I smiled. She arched her eyebrow in that playful Elena way, and I felt myself staring at her in awe. It felt like I was getting a damn good second chance with her, and I wasn't going to blow it. "How exactly did we own it?" "How do you think?" I thought I'd play with her. "Well, from the stories you've told, I'm pretty sure we violated some laws." Her cheeks tinted pink. "We unquestionably had sex on the beach, and you wanted to hate me for it, too." I laughed. "I highly doubt I would have hated to have sex with you, ever." "You despised me pulling crazy shit when it came to illegal sex," I smirked. "Like when we had sex in the car." "We did not." "We most certainly did." I eyed her with a grin. "You didn't believe I could pull that shit off, so I proved to you I could, driving up to Big Sur on the 2-lane highway." "In your tiny little car?" She laughed and rubbed her forehead. "No, the blacked-out windows on your Land Rover made it pretty easy for me," I said. "How in the hell did we pull off sex while driving?" She was laughing, and her face so beautiful while her bronze eyes dazzled. "Cruise control, my awesome driving, and you climbing on my lap. You loved every single second of it, too." I chuckled. I was getting hard just thinking about that wild ride. That was near the top of the list of the hottest sex I'd ever had with Elena. "Well, for being a neurosurgeon, you sure do take a lot of risks." She grinned. "You're going to laugh when I say this, but I'm craving a taco truck taco now." "Glad we're changing the subject." I exhaled with a laugh of my own. "And also, I'm truly grateful you want your usual taco truck fix, because we practically own the damn trucks down here." I took her hand to guide her up the steps to the house. "What do you say we grab some tacos, head to Jim's place, and then I'll show you where I grew up?" "You sure they're okay with me coming around? I still don't trust myself and get a little anxious sometimes." She sighed and stopped. "I really couldn't handle it if that poor little girl thinks I'm some crazy woman who says horrible things." "Everyone understands, Lainey," I said. "The kids are cool too. Trust me. If there is closure you need with all of that, our best friends will allow you to see that you didn't damage anyone or anything by saying what you said. We all know we're in this together, all of us, and that includes you with our friends." "I don't get it." "You don't have to," I said, leading her up to the house. "Just know that we're all tight, and if Ash or Avery were in your shoes, you'd be leading the pack on forgiveness, understanding, hope, and moving forward. They all love and adore you." "Okay," she smiled at me. "You'll be with me the entire time?" "I'll smother you so much that you'll be pushing me off of you so that you can enjoy some girl talk with Av and Ash." I smiled at her. "Let's go get your life back."
Chapter 39. Elena. The taco truck was more delicious than I thought it would be. It tasted so familiar. And even though I knew I'd apparently been eating these like crazy for the past 10 years, it was still strange to have such a familiar reaction to something completely foreign to me. I felt the same every time Colin touched me. It was like I subconsciously craved him, but I had no experiences to back up my feelings. It was so unfair. I remained positive, though, and after we ate our tacos, we reached Jim's place in Hollywood Hills. All I could say was that Colin and all his friends were seriously loaded. Growing up in Beverly Hills, I had my share of wealthy acquaintances, but this was insanity.
"My dad designed this house with a buddy of his,"
Colin said, probably because I got quiet as I stared at the imposing house, built beautifully into the mountains that overlooked all of downtown Los Angeles.
"We got lucky he convinced Jim to buy it and more or less keep it in the family."
"You guys blow me away," I laughed. Was I surprised by this place before?
Shit, who isn't? My dad was a goddamn genius, and his skills are seen throughout the home. I'm sure Addie would love to give you the tour.
He winked, and I settled down. When we walked in, I was awe-stricken again. All the walls were windows. I couldn't believe such a marvel of a home existed. I could easily understand why Colin would be proud of his dad, seeing what he'd done in this house. The group of us settled into conversation, and I felt at ease and happy. Another one of those familiar feelings washed over me. My brain knew this was a meaningful environment, but it wouldn't reveal why. I ignored the frustration I felt as soon as Jake and Ash's little boy came running in with Addison. They made a beeline toward Colin, screeching with delight. "Oh no!" Little John's bright blue eyes widened, and he made a perfectly round O with his mouth when he giggled out the word no. "It's him!" Addie rushed to John and ducked behind the cute little boy. "It's the mad scientist," she said in a funny voice. Colin released my hand and rose from the couch where we sat when the kids rushed in. He hunched over and started growling at the two laughing kids. John balled up his fists while I laughed at him, pursing his lips and frowning at Colin. John's spiky and messy hair was like his dad's and Colin's and made him look so cute. "No, you crazy, mad doctor," he said as Colin crept toward where he and Addison laughed and giggled. "No Frankenstein today, bud." Colin held this crazy doctor pursuit while we all laughed at John, who was protecting a giggling Addison. "No!" Addison shrieked when Colin swiped at John's feet.
"I feel like,"
Colin said in a funny voice.
"Like pudding."
He grabbed John and held his arms up.
"This rib,"
he began tickling the laughing boy.
"In Addie."
Addison laughed while John tried to get serious again.
"And this femur,"
he gripped John's leg and made the boy laugh.
"In Addie, too."
"Get him, Addie!" John screamed. "Lena, save us!" I felt everyone's eyes on me, but that didn't stop me. I joined in and rushed to help John and Addison, who were now in Colin's grips.
"She can't help you, little boy,"
Colin said.
"I'm the mad scientist."
"Tell him he's the sad scientist," Addison said to me. "It makes him sad, that's what you say." She smiled and laughed while Colin acted like a gorilla, swinging the kids back and forth. "You're the sad scientist," I said in the best authoritative voice I could use.
"No!"
Colin released Addie.
"It's the only woman in the world I can listen to."
"And she's here to stop you!" John shrieked, still held by Colin. "Tell him, don't touch my John and Addie, you crazy sad man!" Addie laughed, sitting with her mom. I repeated Addison's words and laughed at Colin, acting like I was the cure to his mad scientist rampage.
"Now, the only way I won't operate,"
Colin said to the giggling boy he held, "is if the beautiful woman saves you!" Addison squealed. "Saves him?" I laughed and looked at Addison. "You have to do the grossest part," Addison said, then ran up to me. I knelt for her to whisper in my ear. "You have to kiss him, and then he's our prisoner." Colin's eyes dazzled while John squirmed in his arms. "Hurry, Lainey, hurry!" I walked up to Colin, and before I could do the one thing I'd been curious about doing, Addison called out orders to me. "Kiss his brain, his forehead!" She laughed. "It's what makes him mad."
"I always thought it was the lips,"
Colin said in a voice that made me laugh.
"The slimy kiss is all that stops me now."
I laughed when Addison looked at Colin like he was ruining the game. "That's just gross. So gross. Poor Lainey," John said. I walked up and kissed Colin's forehead. "There, mad scientist. Now you're cured." The kids broke loose as soon as Avery walked in with pudding and fruit for them to eat out by the pool.
"Damn,"
Colin sighed.
"So close."
We all laughed and then followed the kids out to the pool. The day was light and breezy, and Jim and Avery's badass pool made it even better. I fell effortlessly into a conversation with the ladies, and it felt right. I wished I knew how it seemed like we'd all been close friends for all our lives. Instead of going back to Colin's place, I felt great and was in high spirits, and I gladly told Colin that I'd love for us to accept the invite to go out to dinner tonight. Maybe, if one thing led to another, I'd be able to kiss this most incredible man on his lips later on. It was no wonder I'd fallen in love with him so quickly before my accident. He was brilliant with kids. He was an all-around happy guy. He showed remarkable patience with me through everything, and he was still here with me, even though I couldn't remember him or act like myself anymore. Regardless of all of those attributes, he was also, hands down, the most beautiful man I'd ever met in my life. That evening, Colin was transformed from the sexy way he looked in jeans and a simple blue tee into a crisp, button-down shirt and one of his perfectly tailored navy suits. This restaurant was supposed to be quite fancy, but when I looked in my closet, I seemed to have plenty of nice gowns to show it wouldn't have been my first rodeo with this group and their lavish styles. It was hard to believe the wealth that filled the air when I was around Colin and his friends. They didn't talk or act like the snobs I remembered from the extravagant parties and events my parents threw at the Beverly Hills house. These people acted normal and fun, but I guessed they also appreciated a fine dining experience now and again. I wore a black, strapless dress and flats. My balance was a disaster, and there was no way I was quite ready for heels. Colin was waiting for me downstairs, and it was somewhat odd to see Lydia thrilled to pieces that I was back up and on my feet again. From what she'd told me, she changed quite a bit after she almost lost me in the accident. I guess that was one upside to me losing 10 years of my life, my career, and accepting every single day that I wasn't 22 years old anymore. "You look radiant. Smile," Lydia said, and I did. She dusted some blush onto the apples of my cheeks and touched the brush playfully to my nose. "There." I laughed. "Why so nice? What the hell is wrong with you?" "Just making sure my baby sister shines like the light she is." We never acted like this before. It's kind of weird. I almost lost my little sister, and a situation like that tends to change one's outlook on life. "So, we weren't close before the accident?" She leaned against the vanity and smiled. I moved away, and all I cared about was being successful. And I was. I was successful at making it on track to be a partner at my law firm, and I was successful at running off the love of my life because of my ambitions. Wait, I smiled at her. The love of your life? Alan Hall. She smiled, and her eyes became dreamy. He and I lived together. He was great. But I found out he cheated on me. She shrugged her shoulders and rolled her eyes. "Oh my God," I said. "What an asshole." "I had it coming. I didn't make any time for him," she said. "We went from having a dreamy love affair to this mundane and distant relationship. Maybe that's why I was harder on Colin than I should have been." "You saw me on the same course." "I did, and I knew a lot about him. Being a world-renowned neurosurgeon, totally gorgeous." She winked at me, and his face plastered all over the health magazines with some broad on his arm. I guess I figured he'd crush your heart. What makes you think he still won't? What changed your mind about him? My eyes were opened after your accident. Poppy even said Colin was the strongest man he'd ever met, even to attempt to perform your surgery while faced with the impossible idea of it being you. When I woke up, you seemed to hate him as much as I did when I fought with him. At the time, I wasn't overly convinced he would stick with you as your family would. Instead, he proved me completely wrong. I saw a man in love with my little sister, a man who lost a child he didn't know about and grieved for both of you. Her eyes suddenly filled with tears. It broke my heart to see the man so broken. He felt every bit as lost without you as we did, the way only people who love unconditionally do. I hugged her. I was so horrible to him. I still don't know if he'll ever really fall in love with the woman I am now, Lydia. I'm not the woman he shared a life with before that accident. If I were her, I'd be on a honeymoon, married, and with— Stop that, she sniffed. He wouldn't be waiting downstairs to take you out for a wonderful dinner if he didn't love you still. He told me he would wait. That doesn't mean he loves me. I felt tears pooling in my eyes. Lainey, she said with a smile. Then make him fall in love with who you are now if you're so worried about that. You've lost your mind completely if you can't see it in his eyes. I see it. He loves you. The question is, do you love him? She cocked her head to the side. I don't think any of us have asked you that. I don't know him, I said truthfully. I've seen the funny videos of us on my Instagram page, after Stevie showed me what it was and how to use it, and I've seen videos and pictures on my phone, but all I see is my face with this beautiful man who made me smile. It's like I went out, got blackout drunk, and had the time of my life, and then I'm looking at videos of it the next day, and I have no idea who any of the people are. I sat back down, a bit defeated. I feel like I'm this other woman with her face. Just give him the time he asked for with you. I was there at the dinner table when he said he'd make you fall in love with him again. He's genuine, and I don't think that man's going anywhere. There were so many videos, but there was one that stood out to me. He was singing this silly song and dancing for little John and me as he held 2 dead Christmas trees. I shook my head and laughed. Tell me you watched the video of you proposing to him. I haven't watched that one yet. I'm afraid to. There's nothing to be afraid of. It shows who you both were. I saw it all as foolish and reckless. You always seemed to live this wild life, not caring about the fallout. But I now know that Colin was put on this earth to be your other half. My eyebrows rose. If only I were still that wild life-living, carefree person. You are, she said. Now, go fall in love with the man who wants to steal your heart again. I walked downstairs, and Colin was laughing about something with Stevie and Dad. His hands were casually slipped into his pockets like he wasn't wearing a $1,000 suit. He was tall, beautiful, and I wished I could see beyond his exterior sometimes. It was okay to be smitten by a man's flawless and handsome looks, but I had seen more of his personality, and I needed to hold on to that. I saw the mad scientist games he played with the kids, the way he looked at me with confidence when he worked to teach me how to dance, and the tender way he held my hands when we talked in the meadows yesterday. So why wasn't I feeling more? Was I being difficult, or did my brain know I loved him, but my heart couldn't understand? Just like my brain knew I could dance, but my feet couldn't do the job. Stop thinking, Elena. It's been a beautiful day. Just go with the flow. Wow, Colin said when he saw me. You look beyond ravishing, and I see you picked out my favorite dress of yours. Your favorite dress? I smiled back at his perfect smile. I almost didn't send it with all your clothes when you moved back home, he said, taking my hand when I hit the last step. But I threatened to kick his ass. Poppy smirked and chuckled at Colin. Take care of my little girl tonight. Have fun, sis, Stevie said. Bye, guys. See you tonight. My dad laughed, and Stevie followed in suit. I didn't understand it, but Colin whisked me out of the house and into his car before I could start asking a million questions. So, this is your favorite dress? I asked, smiling at him as he got in his car and started it. Yep. He smiled at me, putting the car in gear and taking off. I think that might be. He squinted over at me and grinned. His eyes fell to my cleavage, and then he nodded while looking out at the road. Yeah, that's definitely the dress that got you knocked up, Alvarez. He chuckled, and the way he said it made me laugh. You keep saying I'm the one that got myself pregnant, I teased back. But I think it was probably more your fault than mine. You're probably right. He smiled at me. But I do blame you and your hotness for luring me into being impulsive with you. Impulsive? I questioned. Yeah,
Usually I have a good head on my shoulders until you walked into my life. You, Elena Alvarez, are my greatest weakness and my strongest desire."
"Well, that's quite flattering," I said. "I'm no fool. I see that I am pretty lucky to have you feel this way about me." He glanced over at me and gave me a look I couldn't discern.
"You give me too much credit."
"I landed the hottest doctor at that hospital," I laughed.
"No, I landed the hottest doctor at that hospital."
He nodded and then turned on his music.
"Let's get our night started with some high speeds and good tunes."
With that, Colin and I settled into the car, and I let the music playing on his radio soothe my nerves and set the mood for a fun and fancy night with Colin and his fun friends. "This is my first time being in public," I whispered to Avery and Ash while the men stood in conversation together. "What if I say or do something?" I paused at the idea of embarrassing everyone. Shit, we didn't go over this part. Elena's first night out, and at the fanciest place around. "You won't, and if you do?" Avery smirked at me, her black hair putting such a beautiful spark in her blue eyes. "Ash and I have your back." "Hell yes," Ash agreed. "Nothing to worry about." She glanced over at the group of handsome men. "If anyone is going to embarrass us at this extravagant place, it'll be those four." I laughed. "You two are so kind to me. Thank you." "Elena," Ash said, her brown eyes twinkling with excitement. "You have no idea the kindness you've shown to all of us. Like we talked about earlier, we got close, and fast. You're still the spark of energy that we love. Now, let's go have fun and watch the guys banter over something stupid and get us kicked out of this place." Colin was at my side as soon as the group was called to our table. The restaurant's fancy atmosphere should have calmed my nerves, but it made me feel a bit intimidated. Maybe I wasn't ready for this. I should have kept the eating out thing exclusively to taco trucks. I tried to laugh along with the group, but the anxiety I was feeling was something I was working to keep at bay. Jim's presence exuded power, and Alex, who sat at my right, was the same. I hardly knew these men, and suddenly I felt like I didn't want to ruin their expensive dinner. Jake and Colin were in some funny conversation, but I couldn't keep up. I focused on simple things like Colin's thumb rubbing against the bare skin of my upper back and wondering why I didn't feel sparks like I did before when he touched me. I swallowed my water and wished I was clear to drink alcohol. Maybe that would loosen me up, but I had my brain surgeon sitting right by me saying I needed more time before alcohol consumption would be safe because it wouldn't agree with my medication, among other things. Shit. Calm down and breathe. I'm okay. It's all fine. "Hey, Lainey," Ash said, most likely seeing me fade. "I would love it if you'd come to the gallery tomorrow. After Colin said that you liked the flamingo painting today, I wanted to show you more pieces that go with it." "It's interesting how your paintings come to life when you look at the picture," I said. "It's all in the way I paint the canvas. I do black at first, and then I sprinkle in colors as I go. It was Jake who noticed it under certain lighting."
"Yeah,"
Jake smiled at me.
"After she dumped my ass for being an idiot back in the early days, I found out she was going to trash the things. Instead," Colin chimed in, "Jake realized the black magic that drew him in to love Ash must have been the same black magic she used in her paintings, too." "No shit," Jake said, as Ash laughed. We silenced as two waiters came and placed our plates in front of us. My food was arranged so beautifully that I was afraid to cut into it and ruin it. Damn, no wonder I had a million pictures of food on my Instagram page. This is how we ate. I cut into my poulet de Bresse with cream that I'd ordered and took a bite. It was so flavorful and delicious. A bit chewy for chicken, but who knew? Maybe that's what the world's most expensive chicken was supposed to taste like. "Oh, fuck!" I shrieked. For no reason, all of my panicked nerves that I'd been pushing down surfaced like a bomb. "It's not cooked all the way through." "Please, God, don't be louder than you think you're being, Elena," I inwardly hoped while my breathing picked up.
and I rose from the table like it was on fire. Colin was at my side. God damn it. I'd fucking blown it. All this work, and I was shouting in fear and fighting off Colin's hands like I did when I threw the tantrums I hated. I couldn't stop it, and trying to made it worse. The waiter was at the table, but I couldn't hear him. I didn't know how long it took or how he did it, but Colin sat me down, and I was facing him. Me, the lunatic who ruined dinner for everyone in this restaurant, embarrassing myself and everyone at my table.
Eyes on me, Lainey.
Colin's voice finally cut through my internal freakout.
Baby.
His hands held mine like they did when we sat in the meadow. I started crying. "I'm so sorry," I said, my body shaking. "I'm so sorry."
Breathe with me, Lainey,
he said.
It's okay. I'm right here, and so is everyone else. We're all with you.
"That chicken," I eyed my plate. "It's going to make me sick." I looked back at him as I spoke in that stupid fucking whiny voice of a 5-year-old. "Shit!" I growled that baby voice away. "The food isn't cooked," I said, my rage growing.
We'll handle it.
He smiled and brought me into his chest.
Relax, Lainey.
"It was a $500 plate, and I ruined dinner." I started crying. I hate myself more than anything in this world. I hate this. It's not fair that I can't stop doing this, even after doing so well. I heard the waiter ask us to leave, and my attention was brought to apologies directed toward the man.
Listen,
Alex, the handsome billion-dollar suit man who sat to my right, said in an authoritative voice.
We're not leaving.
He spoke as if he owned the place. Colin held me as I watched Alex's sharp features level the waiter. Why, though? To protect his lunatic friend's outburst?
Sir,
the waiter said.
Our guests have been disturbed. I wasn't done, sir.
Alex shot back.
I want the plate taken back and the chef brought to our table immediately. As per our... No,
Alex said.
As the customer and the man who had papers drawn up for the executives who own this restaurant today, I want the chef brought out, and I demand to speak with Gabrielle Lefebvre. Mr. Lefebvre is the owner, sir. I can assure you...
I cowered into Colin's side as the restaurant grew so quiet you could hear a pin drop.
I can assure you, Alberto,
Alex said, a bit more aggressively,
that if you don't get the head chef out here and tell the owner that Mr. Alex Grayson is seated and most unhappy, we might have a bigger problem than my friend getting salmonella poisoning from undercooked food. I believe she is overreacting.
I shot up from Colin, only to see Jim look at me, and his stare alone settled me down.
I demand the owner be notified that James Mitchell and Alex Grayson are patrons at his restaurant this instant,
Jim said to the angry waiter.
Quel est le problème?
The head chef said, storming into the dining room. Alex responded to the man in perfect French, and they went into some French conversation, Jim chiming in, and I had no idea what the hell was happening. "What are they saying?" I whispered to Colin.
That the food sucks.
He had a smile in his voice.
That it is criminal to charge more than $500 a plate for undercooked food, and that they are going to terminate the contract of Jim's company that is investing in this unique French restaurant business.
What? I pulled up while Alex continued to speak French in some demanding voice.
Alex was acquiring this business, and we were here tonight to celebrate on an exclusive invitation from the owners,
Colin said.
Turns out the chef sucks, and he's not too bright to be arguing with the two most powerful men in Southern California right now. This is all bad for the owners if the asshole doesn't get on the phone with Jim or Alex fast.
I feel horrible I started this.
You didn't cook the plate of food, Lainey,
Jake said from across the table with a smile.
The chef, who is continuing to argue with Alex and my brother, allowed a disaster of a meal to be served. He won't apologize and is remaining firm that he did nothing wrong.
I've seen 3 plates go back now, Ash said. You're not the only one who would have been thrown in the hospital with food poisoning from undercooked chicken. Jim was on his phone, and I wanted to leave.
Lainey,
Alex said. I looked over at him. I'm sorry. Alex smiled.
Don't apologize for saving Mitchell and Associates from a horrible investment. I'm truly sorry your dinner was unsafe and unfit to eat.
he said as he placed his hand on my shoulder reassuringly.
Jim is handling the owners after such horrendous customer service. Perhaps the owner will hire a new chef and regain our trust. Nothing to worry over.
I didn't have to make a scene, I said to Alex. He shrugged and handsomely pursed his lips.
I probably would have thrown my plate back against the chef's wall.
He smirked.
Acted like that show.
Hell's Kitchen? I laughed. Yes, Gordon would not have approved of what was served.
Not likely,
Alex said.
It's all good, love.
He winked and then returned his attention to Jim, who was speaking in French to a man who seemed scared to death of him.
Let's get out of here,
Colin said.
You've stopped shivering, and I think you might enjoy a taco from the taco trucks.
That sounds delicious, I said.
No shit,
Jake said and stood, prompting the others to stand as well.
Jim and I will be out once we've finished up here,
Alex said.
We heading to Malibu? Yeah. The taco trucks practically moved there because Elena and I funded them being out by Venice,
Colin said.
Tacos and sitting on the beach is just what this doctor ordered,
Jake said, putting his arm around Ash.
Wow.
Colin raised his eyebrows at Jake as we walked out.
The cardio doc is approving this?
Eating tacos on the beach while watching the surf roll in is just the trick for good health, Avery added. It's all good, Lainey. I felt a bit better, but now I had a new insecurity. Freaking out in public over something minor. There was no excuse for my behavior, and I knew that. I didn't mean to react when I did, but I couldn't stop myself. Whether or not I was justified, and regardless of how everyone was trying to calm me, I needed to find a way to stop this.
Chapter 40. Colin. Eating tacos at the beach with the gang was a perfect way to help ease Elena out of her embarrassment. Her outburst was certainly unexpected, given how well she'd been doing. However, it was also something the neuropsychiatrist and therapist had repeatedly told us could happen. It was all part of the unfortunate package that came along with Elena's brain injury. That and the anxiety she told me she'd been suffering from when we were on the way back to her house. As much as I wished it would all go away, I also knew Elena was more exhausted than anyone else from dealing with this, and this wasn't about what I wanted. My heart was crushed when she told me she was scared to go into public after what had happened tonight, and I'd be damned if I wouldn't help her regain confidence. The last thing I was going to allow Elena to do was isolate herself because she was dealing with the expected outcomes from surviving a traumatic brain injury. She survived that accident and the tumor, and she was a walking miracle. The only issue was getting her to understand that. "Home?" she said, when I pulled up to the ranch house. "I figured we'd stay at the Malibu house tonight." As much as I'd love that, I smiled over at her. It's probably best we take it slow, as you wanted. "Colin," she sighed and ran her hand over her forehead. "I'm so confused. I thought we were trying to get us back." "We are," I said, taking her hand into mine. "Then why am I home and not staying with you tonight?" She looked away, and I softly gripped her chin and turned her face back to mine. "Because it's the right thing to do." She sat in my passenger seat, and I was fully prepared for her to lose her shit again. "I want to be with you. I want to kiss you, at least." She stared at me with some anger. "You have no idea how badly I want that myself," I said. "Lainey, I want you to be ready." "What makes you think I'm not?" "I've dated enough women to know when love isn't present between us. I know you're not there yet." She stared at me, and tears filled her eyes. "What if that will help me remember us?" I couldn't help but smile. "Sex?" I softly laughed. "If that were the cure, I would have had my way with you the first second I had you alone." "I just want it all back. I've seen videos of us, and I see a woman in those videos and photos that I'm not. I hate her, Colin." "You hate that you can't remember us in those videos and photos, you mean? That woman is you, Lainey. It's the same person that I'm looking at right now." She let out a breath of frustration. Well, I don't. And no matter how hard I try, I can't see it that way. That's why we're moving slowly. You aren't attracted to me anymore. After the outburst tonight, I wouldn't blame you for taking off. I'm not going anywhere, Elena, I said. I already told you that. And if I don't come back? If you don't get the woman back who you fell in love with? You just said it yourself. You dated women like me, and there was nothing. God damn it, that came out wrong. Fair enough. Allow me to put it to you this way, then. You, Elena Alvarez, are the love of my life. I'm not abandoning you over memory loss and outcomes you're dealing with due to your injury. However, I will make you this promise. I will make you fall in love with me again, like you did before. I wasn't going to stop pursuing you when I first fell for you, and I don't plan on stopping that pursuit even if I'm forced to have to relive those days of you turning me down all over again. You say that like it will happen. I say that because I know you'll fall for me again. Through all of this bullshit, you'll be in my arms soon enough. I smiled at her. Then take me back to your house. I won't allow you to ever suffer regrets from being with me. While I am seriously fighting the urge to take you up on this offer, I don't know. Call me selfish or whatever, but I want you to love it, to love me, to wake up in my arms and not feel anything but how amazing it was. And you don't think I'll feel that way now? You have no idea how I'll react. I know that too, I said. But if I brought tears to your eyes after we were together, I would never forgive myself for it. Aside from that, to be perfectly honest with you, I'm not sure I'm solid enough these days to handle that kind of rejection. Unexpectedly, she smiled. Fine. She opened her door. We'll wait, but when it does happen, best sex of your life, I finished her sentence. She blushed, and I loved it. You held me off before, trust me. I think you even liked making me bust my ass to get you in bed. I was different from all your other girlfriends then? I laughed. You have no idea. It's almost as if that part of my life never existed after you waltzed in and staked your claim on me. Did I now? She licked her lips like she always did, making me hunger for her kiss. Well, I promise you this. I have plans for you and me. I'll work through all of these issues that make you think I don't love you and that I'm tearing your ass up. I laughed out loud. Now that could get you taken right to the beach house without another word. Good. I hope you sleep well, knowing you could have taken your favorite dress off me, but you decided to play it safe. Trust me. I arched an eyebrow at her. I'll get to the fuck it part soon enough if you keep this up. Don't make promises you can't keep. I'll be back early tomorrow. I'm plumbing my mom's house, and you said you wanted to help, remember? I'll have my overalls on. I hope you won't mind those. Like most of your clothes, I wanted to rip those things off you the first time I saw you wearing them. I laughed and got out to help Elena to the front door. Stevie was walking out as we were walking in, so the small kiss goodbye I was hoping for was put on hold. I'd eventually have her, but I knew it was all a matter of patience. The old Colin wouldn't have given a damn, but the man I was since this goddess bounced into my life? Hell no. I treasured this woman, and there was no fucking way I would have sex with her and then wonder if she regretted it. Fuck no. I couldn't handle that.
Elena. Colin was at the house bright and early like he said he would be. I had to admit, longing to be with him, just hanging out, was overshadowed by these raging flames of wanting him sexually. The guy was gorgeous, and that wasn't helping these feelings either. Rejecting me only made me want him that much more, and because of all of that, I hardly slept last night, tossing and turning and aching for his touch, wondering what it would all be like. Hopefully, getting busy with this plumbing today would curb my sexual appetite for the man. I still can't believe you're doing this. I laughed, sitting across from him in the massive house's basement. Colin glanced up, smirked, and continued to work on connecting the new pipes he was installing for the kitchen.
Well, who knows? If I can perform brain surgery, I can certainly plumb a house, right?
He laughed.
Though, if the plumbers were here, they'd laugh at me for that statement again, and rightfully so.
So what are you doing now? I asked. My feet hung down from the concrete I sat on and into the dirt that was dug up to get to these particular pipes. Colin was tweaked and bent over, and I was trying to ignore how perfectly defined his biceps were and the way they flexed while he worked. He was using some tool to smear blue stuff around the pipe.
I'm gluing this so I can attach these two.
He grabbed the final piece of PVC pipe to finish his current job. I watched with humor. I can see you as a sexy handyman, you know? He laughed.
You haven't seen me in my surgical room.
He glanced up at me with his beautiful smile and winked.
All right.
He looked back at the pipes he'd just glued together.
Your turn. Twist that valve on and let's see my magic unfold.
Colin was inside of this manhole that had been dug, and I was closest to the main valve he'd instructed me to turn. I twisted the valve, and we waited. Looks like you did it, I said. Colin stood there, inspecting a small leak, when, suddenly, the thing exploded with water, breaking loose the pipe Colin had just glued into the other piece. I shrieked and laughed while water shot out of the hole, hosing down Colin and reaching up to spray water all over me.
Shit, turn it off!
It was all I heard him say as I laughed so hard it made tears stream from my eyes. I cranked on the main valve, shutting it off. Well, hell, I said with another laugh. Colin ran a hand through his wet hair, and his once steely eyes turned humorous.
That's one way of putting it. The other way would be, well, I suck at this.
He laughed, and I couldn't help but laugh along. Tell me this is clean water, I said. Not sewer?
Yeah, and straight from the well from hell.
He smiled at me and pulled himself out of the manhole he'd been working in for the last hour. I rose with him and picked up the can he was using for the glue. I thought you said you were a patient man. I arched an eyebrow at him, both of us dripping wet.
The most patient man you'll ever meet,
he said with a smug grin. Then why didn't you let the glue actually dry? I laughed again. It says here at least an hour.
Give me that,
he said as he took the can and studied it.
Damn it. I thought I bought the quick cement shit. Well, fuck.
He made the funniest expression of defeat, and the water dripping from his spiky hair and down his face made him so desperately gorgeous. I couldn't resist closing the gap between us and wiping the water from his face. God, I'm one lucky woman, I said. Colin didn't respond. Our eyes locked, and my heart started to fall out of rhythm in my chest.
Other way around,
he finally said. I watched his beautiful face twist into an expression I'd never seen before, and then his hands were holding onto my face. I reached for his forearms, mainly to brace myself when he let out a breath, and his lips were finally on mine. My mind was fuzzy but focused. I was frozen in place while I felt his warm, soft lips cover my bottom one, then gently kiss each corner of my mouth until it dropped open, wanting more.
Damn,
he said in a ragged breath, his lips firmer as they captured my bottom lip again. I swept my tongue into his mouth, on my toes, and reaching back to grip his waist and pull him against me. He groaned as his tongue met mine, and he held me closer as his kiss became so wild, aggressive, and hot that I could hardly take in how this made me feel. I moaned, tasting his delicious kiss and yearning for more. Both of us were caught up in this hungry kiss, and I felt how hard he was. I felt energy rushing through my body on another level, and it was enough to make me feel dizzy and powerful all at once. Colin pulled away and sighed when he kissed my forehead.
Hell, Lainey,
he said.
We need to go take a walk or something. Jesus Christ.
I stepped back and pulled off my overall straps. "You're what?" I interrupted, my new hunger for him urging me on.
"Listen, no one wants this more than I do,"
he said as he reached for my face and then tightened his lips, his eyes deep in their blue color.
"But I swear to God, if we do this, I won't be able to stop. My mind is already struggling to manage to keep my shit together, and that was just a kiss."
"I'm not afraid of you, Colin." I smiled at him.
"You should be."
He laughed.
"Baby, I swear I—"
"What?" I smiled at his struggle. "Stop fighting what you and I both want."
"It won't be gentle. I don't trust myself."
That shot a spasm of aching between my legs. "I didn't ask you to be gentle."
"You're sure?"
"I haven't been more sure of wanting something since I woke up in that hospital bed."
"Well, if there's one thing I know," he swept me up in his arms, "it's that since we're both drenched in ice-cold well water, I'm certainly not doing this down in an old basement."
Colin must have had the entire house memorized, because I had no idea where we were or where he was taking me after he finished that sentence, and we resumed his delicious kiss. My feet were set on the ground in a room with a balcony to the right of the bed where Colin stood. I ignored the stylish room and focused on the only thing I wanted, and that was for Colin's clothes to be off. He stood as still as a statue while I pulled his shirt off and examined the defined ridges of his pecs and ab muscles. "Wow, you're beautiful," I said, kissing the center of his warm, tanned chest. I stepped back and wanted to see Colin's expression when I stripped down to nothing for him. I hadn't been this daring since, well, never. Colin's sharp blue eyes grew darker, and I loved seeing them fall to my exposed breasts while he licked his lips, watching as I pulled off my lace panties.
"How did I ever forget the body I always worshipped?"
He smiled a devilish smile. "I know I forgot yours," I said, stepping up to him. I unbuckled his leather belt and worked fast to give myself the pleasure of seeing this outrageously handsome man entirely. My eyes followed the V-shaped muscle that was cuttingly defined, and then my eyes took in the perfection of this man's enormously large and hard cock. "You're perfect," I said, looking up while I instinctively reached for his hard cock. His eyes closed while I felt his wet tip and then tightly ran my lubricated hand from the top of his shaft to the base and then back.
"Holy Christ,"
he said in an exhale. His eyes reopened and met mine.
"Elena."
"Stop." I smiled and looked into his dazed eyes. How in the world did I ever forget about this? I squeezed his tip while twisting its moist surface in my hands. Colin grinned.
"A question I've asked myself since you forgot about me."
That's when the man had me back against the wall and took my breast in his mouth. I groaned in satisfaction, my nipple being tugged and toyed with by his teeth and lips. I ran my hands through his hair, loving its soft, wet texture. "I need more," I begged through a choked-up and hoarse voice. "Fuck me, Colin. Please don't make me wait." That's when the patient, funny, witty, and kind Dr. Colin Brooks turned into the sexiest man I'd ever been with. I could only remember having sex with 2 boyfriends before this, but I knew that most men fucked hard and couldn't last long. I'd only hoped I could keep up with this man. Colin had me on the bed, my body writhing beneath his, as he kissed and bit along my neck. Then he did something I wasn't expecting. He dipped his fingers into my soaking wet entrance and licked up the center of my chest.
"I need to taste you,"
he said, his eyes demanding and possessive.
"Are you comfortable with that?"
"Fuck." I arched my waist up, his fingers pressing into a spot that made me feel like I was electrocuted as his thumb moved my clit into circles. "Oh God," I said, and my eyes met Colin's brilliant ones.
"Come on me,"
he said with a triumphant smile that only made me want more. "I don't want it to end," I said, feeling the rolling sensation of this orgasm spinning deep inside me.
We can go all night, Lainey,
he said. Feeling more ecstasy than I'd ever remembered having, I did the one thing I'd never done and shoved his perfect face down, begging him to taste me. "I'm coming, Colin." I arched up my pussy, and he caught it with his mouth. His hands covered my hips, while his long fingers gripped around my ass. Oh my God, I thought, when his tongue ran in and out of my pussy. His grunts told me how much he loved this, and then as I screamed again that I was coming hard, his mouth covered my pussy, and his moans made this orgasm rip through me with so much more power and ecstasy than I knew was possible. "Fucking hard!" I called out again, coming in his mouth. Once I started coming down, I felt my body working back up again. He was right about being able to go all night. It was perfect, and my pussy was desperate and needing that massive cock of his inside me.
"You're so fucking beautiful when you come,"
he said, kissing the inside of each of my thighs.
"You want more, baby?"
"So much more," I panted out. "Kiss me. I need to taste myself on your lips." I was stoned on this man. I had the most intense orgasm ever. Usually, I was pretty much done after I came. But now, I was just getting started. After tasting myself on Colin's lips, running my hands through his messy hair, and feeling his tip teasing my entrance, I had no earthly idea how my brain could let me forget this man. Chapter 41. Elena. I have no idea what had washed over me, but I wasn't stopping it. This was the best sex I'd ever remembered having. Not just that, but it was with the man I'd been secretly wanting it from, wondering what it would be like to have him all over me. I knew there was more to it than the way he held himself so confidently with his tall, robust frame, or the way his eyes sparkled like jewels when they seemed to recall our sexual past the few times I'd asked about it. It was even more than just that smile of his that took me under his spell. But that's exactly where I was now, and I never wanted to leave this bliss. I couldn't bear not having him inside me anymore, and my thoughts were wild and extreme when his daring eyes met mine. His kiss was delicious, especially when mixed with the taste of myself and Colin's flavors combined into one. He was a man who every chick seemed to pine over, but he was mine, and I loved it. I reached down while his tongue moved aggressively with mine, and I grabbed his dripping wet cock. Colin pulled away that second, and his eyes met mine.
"Fuck, baby,"
he said, exhaling and bringing his cheek to mine. He sighed in the most beautiful way that told me he was following me into this world of bliss that had shrouded me. I spread my legs where I lay beneath him, feeling his hard abs against my flesh. "I want it." Colin's bottom lips went between his teeth.
"Once I start, I could be rough."
"I want you, baby," I whimpered, kissing his hair that I'd destroyed while he swallowed my orgasm. "Now."
"Fuck it,"
he growled with a smile so dangerously beautiful, I felt my stomach coil up in response. Colin's eyes closed as he pushed through my entrance, spreading me so wide that I gasped in pleasure and some pain. "Oh, fuck," I said, my chin lifting while he kissed it and thrust deeper inside me.
"Open your legs for me, Lainey,"
he said in a low voice. His eyes met mine, and his face was so serious that it nearly pulled me out of my exquisite bliss.
"God damn, I've missed this tight pussy."
He pushed in, and I watched his eyes go into a trance while his mouth fell open. My own eyes rolled back behind closed lids the deeper he filled me. It was slow and so sexy that I could crawl out of my skin. I reopened my eyes and saw Colin's head turned to the side, his eyes closed as he moved in and out. My pussy throbbed against the sensation of his huge cock, moving deep and pressing against an area that sent a shiver up my spine. I fell back into my daze, pushing my tits up into his chest while his lips went to my forehead. I licked from the base of his neck and under his chin, feeling so powerful that my body was creating this feeling for the sexiest man I'd ever met. His grunts and groans were so erotic, and I could only whimper in response. Everything felt like it was moving in slow motion when Colin's fingers twisted into my hair and his lips forcefully met mine. He began moving harder and faster, and my body welcomed his cock in a way that had me wondering how I could have another orgasm without using my clit to set it off. "Oh, fucking God," I cried out. "Oh God, Colin, just like that."
"That's my girl,"
he said in a low voice, his lips and tongue on my neck.
"You taste so delicious and feel so fucking good."
He let out a breath and started thrusting harder. Colin and I whimpered and moaned together while I gripped each of his biceps and further opened my legs. My body coiled up deep inside as if Colin's cock was pushing this orgasm through me like he knew exactly how to do it. This was heaven.
"Harder?"
he asked, our eyes meeting. "Fuck yes," I smiled at him.
"Baby, I've missed this."
We both used voices I'd never heard before, and our eyes locked onto each other and wouldn't let go as I felt Colin's body flex. Then, with a hard thrust and his head falling back, eyes closed, we both cried out in orgasm together. I went wild into shivers beneath him and loved him moving himself to complement the way my pussy contracted around the one thing it had wanted from this man for too long.
"I love this goddamn part so much,"
Colin said, his tongue circling my hardened nipple, and then he moaned, taking my breast in his mouth, sucking and moaning while moving in and out. "You feel so good," I said. He moaned in response, and I could sense he was having his own moment of pleasure while coming off his high. I wasn't done with him, though. Not even close. When Colin rolled off of me, my eyes took in the dreamy sight of his perfect body while he panted out the last of his pleasure. I traced my fingers over the rigid lines of his abdomen when his hands went up behind his head. "You're so beautiful," I said, my fingers moving to that sexy V-shaped muscle. "And sexy." He smiled, his eyes remaining closed. Then he reopened them and eyed me.
"Thank God you approve."
"More than, Colin Brooks." I smiled.
"You used to call me baby, or Col."
He ran a hand through his hair.
"Never this Colin Brooks BS."
He chuckled. "I'm not who I used to be, remember?" I peered up at him as I repositioned myself between his legs.
"You're my girl,"
he said, eyes studying me.
"That's all that matters."
His lips twisted up into a smile. "We used to go all night, eh?" I said, grabbing his soft cock and moving it through my hands. "How'd we manage that?"
"By doing what you're doing now."
He arched an eyebrow at me.
"You want more, my little goddess?"
"You're the sex god," I teased. "I've never had sex with anyone like I just had with you." Colin's head shifted against his pillow.
"Well, I'm happy to hear that. You never brought that topic up before, nor did I care to ask."
"Why wouldn't you ask?" I asked, feeling his dick grow hard and sparks ignite between my legs, knowing I was blessed to be with a man who didn't pass out the moment he was done having sex.
2 reasons. The first is that everyone has a past, and it's in the past for a reason. And the second is that I knew I was the best you ever had.
He grinned. "I want to swallow all of your cum, baby." I dipped my head and covered his hardening tip. I watched Colin's legs fall slack and give me all access to his perfect cock, his balls, and his beautiful body. He grinned and let out a breath when I used the fact that he wasn't fully erect to take all of him in my mouth.
"Jesus,"
Colin whimpered. I took his balls and ran my tongue around them. This man was beautifully and meticulously groomed for a woman to devour him. I couldn't resist sucking on his balls and seeing his heels dig into the bed.
"You may not remember any of this, but you could have fooled me,"
he said in a beautifully tranced voice.
"I'm all yours, sunshine."
I watched him close his eyes while I licked up and down his shaft and took his tip into my mouth. I closed my eyes and worked Colin's cock like a hungry sex addict. That's when Colin moaned again.
"The way you get me hard again blows my goddamn mind. Take me deeper, sunshine,"
he said, me seeing his muscles flex and stiffen while I worked him harder and harder. It wasn't long before I watched Colin writhing and groaning, his severe-like eyes watching me as I took him as deep down my throat as I could. "You want me, baby?" I groaned out sexily.
"God, I'm going to—"
I inwardly smiled, watching his hands fist the sheets, and then his cum shot deep into my mouth. The savory flavor of Colin was fully welcomed, and I swallowed his cum like it was the best thing I'd ever had. "Damn," I said, licking his tip for the last of him. "I've never swallowed before." I smiled at his eyes, snapping open and looking at me.
"You're fucking kidding. Well, that's another new one for me. Aren't you full of confessions in bed today?"
He smiled.
"Well, hopefully you're not thoroughly disgusted."
I ran my tongue around his leaking tip. "No," I smiled. "Not at all. It was pretty amazing." I couldn't say how long we continued our sexual escapade. It was all about crazy positions, groaning in pleasure, being on some crazy high, and Colin being so rough sometimes that I had an orgasm by that alone. The man sent me into some crazy sex frenzy, and it wasn't until I woke up and saw it was dark outside that I realized we'd been at it non-stop until we had actually passed out. There was a soft light filtering into the bedroom from the living room, giving me the view of Colin's perfect body with a sheet that was draped slightly over his legs. We'd stopped for food at one point, walking around the house naked, and me, acting like a drunk weirdo, smearing peanut butter over my breasts to see that look in Colin's eyes and feel him lick it off my flesh. It was wild, and it was passionate, and it was self-indulgent and hedonistic, and right now, as I looked around, not under the love spell anymore, I felt dirtier than hell. Fuck, I have to get out of here, I thought, feeling like the whore I'd acted like with him. I slipped out of bed and gathered my half-dried clothes and went to leave the room. I grabbed my cell and called Lydia, but there was no answer. Shit. Why did I feel so disgusted with myself? And him. I tried to call Stevie, but no answer. Okay, fine. Get some fresh air. I went outside, trying to rid myself of the disgusting way I felt. I sniffed, knowing I couldn't do this again. I was repulsed with myself. With my mind reeling, I decided to see if Lydia was right about Colin Brooks. I decided to search up a hashtag on Instagram to see if he really was some guy who always had a hot chick on his arm. I had no idea why I was doing this, but it's the way I felt after being with him. Cheap and replaceable. Our sex was hot and amazing, and there was a reason he was a natural, knowing how my body would want to be pleased. He let me do things to him that showed this man was probably a male slut himself. Why are you thinking this way? I pleaded with myself. I knew where it was going, and this wasn't going to be good at all. I felt my spiral, and I couldn't stop it. That's when I saw some beautiful brunette when a video started rolling, and Colin appeared and ran his tongue up her cheek. They were on a boat, and Colin's hand slid over her waist while someone videoed them. "We're celebrating my birthday," she squealed when Colin's mouth covered her neck.
"Get the fucking camera out of here,"
Colin said. I could see he was drunk and delighted to be all over this woman. "I love you, Colin Brooks," she screamed as he hoisted her up in his arms, and she waved off the person videoing them. My stomach knotted up. I checked the date of the video and saw it was 3 years ago. On some crazy witch hunt, I kept going. It seemed Dr. Colin Brooks was quite the playboy and the male slut that Lydia was right about all along. No one is that good in bed without a reason. I watched more videos with different girls, and mostly on that boat. All the others were uploaded with a younger Colin and even Jake, probably 6 years ago or longer. It must have been when they were interns, but it didn't matter to me. I couldn't separate it in my brain. I was repulsed because I was one of those women, too.
"What are you watching?"
Colin asked. I should have felt like shit or something, but I didn't. "Videos of the man I just slept with?" I said, standing up and turning back to where he stood, confused and staring at me without his shirt on. "You're quite the hot item. You know that?" His face darkened some by the accusation in my voice.
"What are you trying to say?"
"Was this who I was to you?" I asked, turning my phone and shoving a picture of a woman in his face. "I thought you didn't cross lines with medical staff, yet here you are up in a helicopter with the same nurse who checked on me after I woke up."
"Casey came to see you?"
he questioned. "Doesn't matter. She's a nurse. And you said I was the only medical professional who made you break your stupid little rule of dating medical colleagues." There was something inside me that I knew was making something out of nothing. It's like I should have known better. But that voice inside me wasn't loud enough to drown out what was urging me on. He ran a hand through his hair, looking almost terrified.
"We're not doing this, Lainey. There's no fucking way I'm going to allow you to act this way. Not after everything
We both acted like nymphos, Colin." I glared at him. "I'm sure Casey, who has a million pictures of you and her, was the same as I was in bed with you, too." Colin's expression was dark, and I shivered under it.
"Those videos and pictures are from another fucked up life I had before you. Ever since I met you, it's like I never had that life, Lainey,"
he said in a sad voice. "I bet your patients love seeing this," I said.
"I haven't lost patience over ex-girlfriends and their social media posts, no,"
he snapped back.
"Lainey, I'm telling you that's from a life I hardly remember. You're my entire world. Fuck.
Did I know about all of these women?"
"If you did, you never accused me of being an asshole for it."
I smirked in disgust. "An asshole? Try a male whore." I glared at him.
"Jesus Christ," he said. "Is that what you're thinking? Good fucking God. I knew this was a bad idea. God damn it."
His eyes leveled me.
"Now what?"
He lifted his chin, and this was the first time I could see that Colin was furious and not playing the Elena has a brain injury game. "I want to go home."
"God, Elena, over my past? You'll judge me for that shit, but not for being the man who loves you more than anything?"
"Thank God I'm on the birth control pill," I said, strangely hardened against him. "God only knows who else you knocked up the way you selfishly fuck women without protection." I stared at his stoic expression with disdain of my own. "Is that how it would have been? A girl from your past walking into our lives with some kid she had you didn't know about?" He ran a hand through his hair, looked to the side, and closed his eyes. "Answer me, goddammit!" I yelled. "You have a history, that's obvious, and you just want women sexually and don't give a shit whether—"
"Stop it," he growled. "I fucked up by once again losing myself in you and fucking you without protection. No, I've never had unprotected sex with any other chick I fucked."
He paused, and his eyes widened, glossy with tears like he just had a revelation.
"Oh my God, what did I do? What the fuck are you doing to me?"
he asked in a soft voice. "Realizing you weren't the man they all say you are," I responded coldly. I could sense him pulling into himself. It was like an animal who'd been struck by its owner one time too many. His lips tightened, and he coughed out a laugh of disbelief.
"My fucking God. I can't. I've done everything under the sun to work with you, and you're just not going to let me in, are you?"
"I wish that I could."
"No, you don't."
His voice wasn't filled with accusation or malice. He was heartbroken.
"I knew better. Having sex with you was the worst thing I could have ever done. I see that perfectly now. God, I wish I had you back."
His eyes filled with tears, and my heart broke, seeing that this man was torn. "That's the thing. You see, every day, I'm reminded that I'm not 22 anymore. I have to force myself to imagine I'm 32. I guess this ruins everything because I'll never be the Elena you fell in love with. I walked up to him, but he stepped away from me as if I were the devil I was behaving like. I'll never have my career back, my life with you back, and I'm sick of fucking trying. I waved the phone in front of his somber expression. I am pretty sure the other Elena wouldn't have stalked you out like I just did, and if she did, maybe she'd be more forgiving than I am. I'm not the woman you fell in love with, and I'm glad the sex we had made me see we're both wasting our time trying to get back something I know I don't want. I'm sick of trying to be who everyone wants me to be. He pulled a fist up to cover his mouth.
It's over, he said to himself. Fuck me. I can't believe this.
He looked over at me with a tear slipping out of his eye.
Okay then. It's easy to see people fall in love when the time is right. We met at the right time before, and it was all beyond perfect.
You see what I mean? I can't even tell you how sick I am of being compared to someone I don't remember without you immediately bringing her up. Everyone is clinging on to some hope that I'll one day come to my senses. I don't want to be her. Fuck her. I couldn't help but shout, but I wasn't out of control. I didn't need to be calmed down. I was angry, and I was finally speaking my mind, and I didn't give a fuck how it made him or anyone else feel. I've heard you talk about me regressing, and maybe this is what that is, but I don't care. Nothing I do changes anything, and I think it's time you leave me alone for good. I have no interest in being the woman you loved. That's not me anymore. I was tired of trying with him and with everything. I was tired of all of this, period. I wasn't getting my life back, no matter how hard I tried. I didn't wake up from a night of passion, feeling in love like I'd hoped would be the case. There were no bells or memories flooding back. Nothing. It was just me and the man who'd been relentless at trying to make me someone else again. I was hurting him, but my instinct for self-protection felt so much bigger than any of this. Maybe I blew the video thing out of proportion to have an excuse to get out of this. My subconscious had been sabotaging me for months, so I didn't know anymore. And I didn't care. I was done.
Chapter 42. Colin. I was numb. Elena had sat quietly in the car for the entire way back to her home, and she didn't say a word as she got out and went inside. Yesterday, I wouldn't have let her leave that way, but I couldn't do this anymore. I fucked it up, and I knew it. She wasn't ready, and yet I still impulsively jumped off the deep end and destroyed any progress I could have made with her and her goddamn memory loss. I felt like a piece of shit. Worse than the man she recalled from my past, the player, Colin Brooks, who didn't give a shit. I was all about enjoying hot women, booze, and good times when I wasn't studying. Fuck that life, and fuck me now for putting Elena in a position to have regrets about being with me and make her think I would fuck her like any other piece of ass I had in the past. Regardless of the videos she'd seen sending her off the deep end, she made it clear that she was moving on and accepting life as the person she was now. She had no interest in trying to get her memories back, and pushing her to keep trying was only making her regress farther into herself. I'd fucked up on so many levels, and I knew there was no putting this genie back in its bottle. Maybe I'd been fooling myself that she was farther along than she was because I wanted it to be true so badly. That mistake cost me my happiness, my entire life. Ring, ring. I was headed to Malibu after dropping Elena off, and lo and behold, at 7 a.m, Alex was calling me. I would have ditched the call, but the man never called this early. What's up? I answered through the car phone. We're going to need you at the firm today. Not a good time, man, I said, driving faster than usual. Yeah, well, unless you turn the entire company over to Jim, I need your ass here for an issue that came up yesterday with Tatum. You're fucking kidding me. She's the last goddamn witch I want to see right now. We need you present, or she'll fucking sue your ass after we fire her. Fire her? Yes. That's the only thing that you're needed for. After multiple complaints about Tatum abusing her position as VP and accusation of sexual misconduct, we hired an outside and non-biased investigation on her, he said. We have 2 individuals who've come forward with her on video, setting her up, and it turns out that she'd misled them into believing they'd be promoted in return for sexual favors. I steered the car to head toward the freeway that would bring me to downtown Los Angeles. You still there? I was notified of her immediate termination by the board and Jim. I'm 5 minutes out from the firm myself. Don't sick and twisted men in power pull this vile shit? I questioned, in shock that Tatum was sick enough to consider such a thing. Anyone can pull this shit, Alex said. But Tatum will fucking try to sue. She's that ruthless. You need to be present, sign papers, and we'll handle the rest from there. She's requesting a meeting with you and me first. I don't want to be anywhere alone with a woman as demented as she is, I answered. What about the complaints? Is this shit going to put the firm on blast and shed my dad's company in a bad light? Not if we terminate her. We've had our lawyers speak with the lawyers of the victims. A healthy settlement has been reached, and there won't be any media involved. Jim's a genius when it comes to this shit. I'll be there in about 30, I said. I pulled my car up to the valet and tossed him my keys. Park it in the VP parking space, please. Sir, that is Ms. Adams' usual spot. Her car is parked there currently. He smirked at me in confusion and humor. I'll park your car in your... Tow the Mercedes that belongs to Ms. Adams, and then park my car in her spot. She's terminated. I glanced down at my Rolex. She'll be packed up, and that car will be considered illegally parked in about half an hour. A towing company should be here by then, and if she wants her car back, she can find the impound lot. I eyed him. Please don't argue with me and just do as I ask. Absolutely, sir, the valet said. And I turned to walk into the entrance of the badass skyscraper my dad designed for his firm. I walked in and was greeted by the security at the front desk before using my card to get to the top floor. The more and more I thought about it, the more I was entirely done with owning this company that had been dropped into my lap. I tried to work with Jim, having Mitchell and Associates take it on, but Alex was right. There was shit Jim and Alex couldn't do. The vice president we'd trusted, because my dad had trusted her, had taken advantage of her position. Alex tried to manage this place, but he was running 2 massive billion-dollar companies between this and Mitchell and Associates. His main priority, however, was Mitchell and Associates. Brooks' architectural firm was something he oversaw to keep the machine running, and he did that for me. I'd be making a lot of decisions within about 30 minutes, though, and I was so furious about everything that had happened with Elena that I didn't know if those decisions would be good or bad, keep friendships or destroy them. I didn't fucking care, either. You, I said to a young woman with dark blonde hair sitting outside Tatum's office. What's your title? Well, I was hired a month ago by Ms. Adams as her personal secretary. She pulled off her black-rimmed reading glasses and suddenly seemed a bit irked as I remained quiet, studying her. You'd think I was vice president, though, which I shouldn't get annoyed about. I graduated at the top of my class at NYU to get in this position. At least I'm close enough to take Tatum's place when she becomes president. New York. That's an excellent and prestigious college. However, I believe you've been misled somewhat. What do you mean? She asked. It appears that your current boss had misled you to think you'd be taking her position after she was promoted, I assume. That would be an understatement. I was told I was interning, and then my pay would match the job I left before I moved out here. Come with me. Give me a rundown on your resume, Miss Grant. She smiled at me, her youthful glow adding to her attractive appearance. I was the senior marketing director for a firm in New York. I moved out here, knowing the history of Brooks Architectural, and I was excited when Ms. Adams, hired me after... All I was hearing was that this place needed a fucking overhaul from top to bottom. The woman trying to keep up with my long strides was downloading a resume that should have had her replacing Tatum a long fucking time ago. So glad I'm responsible for allowing Tatum to have this much control and pulling shit over Alex's eyes. I walked into a conference room where an HR rep, Alex, and Tatum sat, a perplexed Miss Grant at my side. I ignored the bewildered expressions and asked Miss Grant to take a seat while I picked up the phone, sat casually in my chair, and met Tatum's daggers with a blank expression of my own. "Yes, it's Dr. Brooks," I said when the records department answered. "I need records emailed to me and Mr. Grayson immediately. There'll be the resume and whatever else we have on—" I covered the receiver to the phone. "What's your first name?" "J.C.," she said, and I nodded. "A Miss J.C. Grant, please." "Right away, sir." I hung up and stared at the silenced room. "Turns out you're fired." I widened my eyes at Tatum's meek expression first. "Just like that?" she said. I pursed my lips. "Well, if you'd like, I can call for the reports on you. We can dim the lights and have the videos of your hostile work environment and sexual harassment case shown on our large conference screen if you don't understand why you're terminated." "Listen," she tried to speak nicely to me. "This isn't what you think." "Ma'am," the HR representative spoke before I could, "with the contracts you've signed and Brooks Architectural Firm's zero-tolerance policy on any harassment in the workplace, we are here as a formality to confirm the owner complies with your termination." She looked at Miss Grant. "Why are you here?" "Because she's not packing up your desk," I snapped. "Those days are over." My email notification dinged, and I pulled it up on my opened laptop, looking at Miss Grant's resume. Holy crap. I looked over at J.C. "You've won quite a few distinguished awards. You accomplished a great deal at your previous firm as well. It's no wonder you assumed you were going to be our vice president." I looked at Tatum. "Care to explain the lies you told this woman when you hired her?" I shook my head, disgusted. "You know what? Your voice is no longer necessary." I looked at J.C. "It looks like Tatum was right. You were hired to replace her as vice president. Alex will schedule a meeting with you to go over the details of your new job, should you accept my offer. The monetary concerns will be addressed in all of that as well." Her eyes nearly bulged out of her head as she looked over at Alex's pissed-off expression. I already knew I was coming in hot, and that I may or may not make all of my friends angry in the process. "Miss Adams, security will return with you to your office, and with Dr. Brooks's official declaration, you are terminated from this firm immediately," Alex said with anger and authority. "Is that all?" I said. "That's all we have for now," the HR rep said. "Miss Grant," Alex said, "I request that you move forward with your day. I will be in contact with you shortly." The room filtered out, leaving me swiveling in the leather chair my dad always filled, staring outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. How many meetings had that man conducted in here, and how many times must he have looked out over all of downtown, deep in thought about the next project he'd take on? This next part wasn't going to be easy. "What the hell was that?" Alex asked, taking the chair adjacent to mine. "That was me, handling the last of the business that I'll be taking care of as the owner of this firm." "Call, come on," he said. "I mean, I saw Miss Grant's resume. I'm quite shocked about her predicament, but an immediate replacement into Tatum's VP position? And now you're acting like you're out of this firm altogether." "I'll be selling it. I'll ensure the new owner understands that it's merged with Mitchell, but I know you well enough to know that if I gave this burden to you, you could manage the firm and not allow shit like this to bust loose or ever happen again." "Things like this always happen in large—" "I know, Alex. That's why I'm out. I'll keep our family's stock in the firm, but I'm out. I can't run this place. And with the position you hold at Mitchell, trying to trust the VP and board to keep this place running, it's fucked up. So, you've got the keys if you want them, CEO and owner. Tell Jim he can hate me for the rest of his life for offering you the business, but I don't fucking care." What the hell happened? He grew more solemn. It's you and Elena, isn't it? Let's say that Elena and I are officially done, and I'm getting back to what I do best, which is being a neurosurgeon and not dealing with this place. It's been bugging me for a while. Tatum's fuck-up was the push I needed to do the right thing and let it go. I appreciate you and Jim carrying this shit for me, but I'm not keeping the firm. So either take the beast or I'll sell it off. Okay, fuck. He rubbed his forehead. We're not allowing you to sell it, that's for damn sure. Even if you did sell off, Jim would buy the place on principle alone. This was practically his second home growing up, too. Then he won't be pissed when his VP leaves to own it, I said, and stood. Let me know what you both decide. I'm as serious as a fucking heart attack. I'm done here. Talk to Jim and let him know where I stand. That JC woman? I eyed him and pursed my lips. After skimming her resume, you'd be a fucking idiot not to put her in the VP position. After we're assured she wasn't connected to what Tatum was doing, of course. I smiled my asshole smile. And that's why you've got this place, if you want it. Jim and I will discuss removing your name as owner, and we will ensure you still receive the proceeds of the company. You, your mom, and your sister. I can give a fuck about the endless income from this place, but I know my sister could probably use it, and even though my mother has enough mink coats to carpet her mansion and money to wallpaper it, I think her dividends are well earned. She helped my dad start this place, so I wouldn't feel right about her not getting her share, even if she is swimming in gold coins like Scrooge McDuck. Alex let out an incredulous laugh as he shook his head. He couldn't have been too surprised. The bigger surprise should have been that I attempted to hang on to this place for as long as I did. We'll handle it and do what's best. I turned to leave. The only reason this place has kept running without my dad is you, Alex, I said. You know that shit, too. You are the fucking reason it didn't fold, so take my offer. It's the best you'll ever get. Being the friends that they were, Alex and Jim handled all of my business. It turned out that J.C. Grant's nose was clean from any contamination from Tatum Adams, and she and Alex were going to work together to clean up my dad's company and move it forward. I didn't give any of it much more thought. I was just glad that Jim and Alex didn't flip out over me, handing the firm over to Alex. Jim couldn't have been happier for his best friend, though, and rightfully so. Badass acquisitions and VP executives like Alex were primed and prepped to take over a company like my dad's, or even Jim's. It had been about a month since Elena told me she was done, and I was moving forward no matter how difficult it was, knowing Elena and I had no hope. I couldn't fix what I broke, and if I was honest, I never wanted to see that look in her eyes again, or be reminded of how she felt and how it all made me feel. My friends kept the topic dead after I went off and said I didn't want another word spoken about it. Even though I'd gotten back to work and moved through it all reasonably well, I had my moments. Today was what I'd refer to as a dark day. A day that made me feel like demons haunted me and laughed in my face, making sure I knew that I'd gotten what I deserved for being so reckless and wild with women. These days only hit when I was stupid enough to stay at the beach house I'd finally gotten up the courage to put on the market. So, I heard Jake walking down to me as I stared out at the ocean, looking for serenity there. You're really selling the place, eh? I have my mom's, my ranch, I said, not looking at him as I continued to lean against the edge of my balcony, forearms resting on the top edge. We all know I never spent that much time here anyway. Well, Ash and I don't spend as much time at ours, and we still have the place as a nearby place to escape. I don't need the place, I said distantly. I eyed a sailboat out in the distance. Remember when we were like 5 years old, and I was supposed to tie that rope? Your dad was teaching me how. And you fucked it up, and the wind blew the mainsail right into me and knocked me the hell out? He laughed. I'm still sorry about that. I chuckled. No, you're not. He grinned. Maybe I'm not. I let out a breath. It was that moment when I thought I'd killed my best buddy. I smiled over at Jake, still in his scrubs from working today. That doctor who helped you, being so young, I really thought he brought you back to life. That neurosurgeon was an asshole, Jake chuckled. While the nurses kissed my ass, he told me that my head was fine, and I didn't need special treatment. He laughed. Just when I had a nurse sneak in a candy bar for me, too. I laughed at the memory. Well, I'm glad someone stopped you from playing the system. What's with all of this reminiscence? Are you thinking about giving up practicing now, too? No, I said. I'm just thinking. Well, I've let you think long enough, and I want to know why Elena just fired my ass as her cardio doctor. I rolled my eyes. Probably searched up a hashtag on your ass and determined she didn't trust you to be her doctor anymore, too. Miguel must be losing his shit on this, Jake said, then laughed. Although the way he is and that no-bullshit Latino streak in him, I guess Elena's blood runs just as strong with that, too. It's what made her personality so much fun. I smiled at the memories of her and I being wild together. I definitely met Miguel's bloodline in her that day I stopped. She made you feel like a male whore who fucked her for fun? I glared at Jake. You know me too fucking well. It was easy to see. You have the same regrets I had when I got together with Ash, and wished I'd never lived some crazy male slut life before her. And what's the fucking deal with your exes not deleting old pics of you with them? I have no clue. I ran my hands through my hair. Do you think you'll try again? I know it took 2 of you to have sex, right? This isn't all on you. I should have had better control. Fuck that noise, Jake said. You've had nothing but control with Elena. You're so damn sexy that I want to fuck you sometimes, too. Can't blame her for most likely luring you in and taking advantage of your greatest weakness with her. You can be so stupid sometimes, I said, not in the mood for the way Jake and I got into this routine a long time ago of acting like fucking idiots. Listen, whether or not you and Elena ever get through this, I know one thing I'll remain solid on. What's that? I'll be single and lonely for the rest of my life? No. He laughed. I won't let you carry the blame on this. I don't give a shit about what you heard her say. It wasn't all you, Call, and we both know that. No, it wasn't. I rose and turned back toward the house. It wasn't only about that, though, and that's why I'll never see her again. There's no point in trying when she's made it clear she's not 32 in her head and didn't want to try to be. I think it was a lot less about the sex and a lot more about not wanting to keep trying to be someone she's not. I think I'm just a reminder of what's gone, and after a while, me being around is counterproductive. I have no place with her anymore. I'm accepting that, and I'm moving on. I clapped him on his arm and exhaled. The burden of the firm being gone has helped, and once this house is out of my life, I'll be living in a better place. Why do you have this place listed nearly $40 million over the market price? He smirked at me. Because, I stopped and stared at the living room. I'm greedy. Bull fucking shit, Jake laughed. Hey, I'm off early and I'm heading to the beach house to change and take a ride up the coast. You in? Absolutely, I answered, feeling the adrenaline of my bike calling for me from my garage. I'm off until Tuesday. I might just get a hotel up the coast and enjoy what I love most about it up there. Sounds like a great idea. Guys' weekend? Ash cool with that? She hates it when I take her to San Francisco just to ride trolleys and take tours of Alcatraz. Yet, my forehead wrinkled in humor, it's what I love most about you. Let's get the hell out of SoCal for the weekend and enjoy the fact that Jim insisted we work identical shifts. You think that's why this shit keeps happening? I laughed at the fact that Jake and I were rarely off simultaneously, but as soon as Elena and I were over, his shifts pretty much matched mine. I know that's why, he answered. Jim's always been a big brother to you, too. He's just looking out. Thank goodness I can handle your ugly mug. And that I can handle your all-new asshole personality. Chapter 43. Colin. The time came and went in the blink of an eye, and before I knew it, it was officially August. I went through the motions of my life, trying to scrape together a semblance of what it used to be before Elena came into it. But I would never be the same. I could never be the same. I suppose I could have gotten angry at the universe for treating me so cruelly, but when I compared my misery to what Elena must have been feeling, I knew I had no room to complain. If anything, I should have been on my knees with gratitude that I was given the gift of all-consuming love, something that most people will never have. My sister told me that I should be grateful that things with Elena ended now instead of later, something she intended to be a comfort to me, as if it's something I would have ever wanted to happen at any time. Maybe it was easy for people to give those platitudes because they didn't know Elena. They didn't know us. To people who didn't know, there were no extraordinary circumstances. I was just a guy who'd lost the interest of a girlfriend he hadn't even been dating for a year. It seemed so uncomplicated with that logic, and I wouldn't bother to set the record straight. What looked like a whirlwind romance that was bound to fizzle out was anything but that. Elena had been my soulmate, of that I have no doubt. But she wasn't my Elena anymore, and I'd forced myself to accept that conclusion. I wouldn't live in misery, and my Elena wouldn't have wanted me to. So all I could do is get on with it. I spent the majority of my off days giving Addie and John horseback riding lessons at my ranch. Grace had been a return-to-sender gift from Elena, so she kept the kids busy while they anxiously awaited their new siblings, who were due to arrive any day. The Heart Institute had opened last week, and that was a huge asset to St. John's, as Jim knew it would be. All that was left now was to break ground on the Neuroscience Center and get the ball rolling. Sometimes I wondered how Jim kept up with all of this shit, and still managed to be the ideal family man. It was nearing the end of the day for me, and I only had one consultation left. It was with our new neurologist from a prestigious hospital in the UK. And in her 2 months here, this doctor was a highly impressive asset to the team. I walked to the hospital to do a quick consult for her patient, who had a benign tumor and would probably not be a candidate for surgery, but who knew? I hadn't had a chance to read the recent brain scans or patient history before being called for a consult. I walked briskly to the neuro ward and into the dimly lit room, knowing her patient was waiting in the hospital for her to come back with answers. I went straight to the scans and studied the brain in the 3D images of the MRI. Patient is Miss Elena Alvarez, and... I'm sorry, who? I looked at Dr. Moas. Elena Alvarez. She looked at me weirdly. This doctor was one of the few people here who didn't know mine and Elena's history. She only knew that I was the one who performed surgery after the brain injury. Why is the patient in with MRIs? I questioned, seeing the tumor I wasn't able to remove altogether had grown by quite a bit since Elena's last scans when she was released from my care. Headaches, nausea, and her history, of course, Dr. Moas stated. I wasn't able to remove that tumor completely. It's benign, but I did wonder if it would take on a life of its own after her skull was opened for the emergency surgery. Keep a close eye on it, I said. I would recommend ordering another scan next week. For now, there are no life-threatening issues. If it grows larger in the next week, I will revisit the scans. Miguel Alvarez requested that you be there when I consult her. Good God, Miguel. Why are you doing this to me? I assume it will be to pass the buck if the patient isn't happy that I'm not green-lighting the surgery. I smiled at her. Well, let's hope that seeing my face will diffuse the room of any outrage. They were hoping for surgery, she said. I won't approve that, I answered after I opened the door. Shall we then? Let's go piss off another family today. She shook her head. Good surgeons know the first answer isn't surgery. And you get to say that in the room. I grinned. No, I'll be present and answer questions asked of me when asked. There's something I need to know, Dr. Moas asked skeptically. Only that this is my ex-fiancé who woke up with no memories of me and hates my ass now. I smirked at her shocked expression. Other than that, it's peaches and cream, Mabel. For heaven's sake. She looked over at me. Between women gawking and talking about you all day and your crazy sense of humor, I have no idea how we all work together so well. My eyes widened as I gave her a funny look when we approached the conference room. You mean to tell me you're not fascinated by the dashing Dr. Brooks? A shame. She rolled her eyes. Even if I did like boys, your cockiness would have killed it for me a long time ago, she said with a laugh. Can we get this over with? Now I'm really afraid to meet with them. And you haven't met with her feisty and fun Cuban side either. I laughed, and then we went into professional mode as I followed her into the room. Miguel and Elena sat at the large conference room table, and Elena's eyes grew as wide as saucers when I walked in and took my seat across from her and her father. She looked at her dad, and all I could assume was nothing had changed since the last time I saw her. Now here I was again, about to piss her off again. I allowed Mabel to inform Elena why she was experiencing headaches and minor dizzy spells, and when she was done, that's when those bronze eyes that I'd loved so much shot their daggers at me. We understand, Miguel said, sadness in his voice. No, we don't, Elena shot back at her dad. Why am I not a candidate for surgery? I have a tumor in my goddamn brain. Elena was more aggressive than I remembered, so her mood changes were still there, but they seemed a bit more, and I made a mental note about that. Mabel hadn't mentioned increased mood swings, but that might have been because Miguel didn't bring it up. I understand that. However, it is not life-threatening at the moment. There is nothing about this tumor at present that deems it necessary for a craniotomy, I said, trying to remain steady and professional against all of my instincts. Well, it did grow. Dr. Mabel just told us that, Elena insisted. We are monitoring that situation closely. If the tumor grows more by the time we order scans again next week, then we'll discuss the craniotomy, Mabel said. Damn it! She gripped her forehead. I don't want to live my life on pain medication. She sounded so much like Jamie, and my heart broke for her. Most importantly, though, the woman didn't need me cutting her skull open again within a year of her accident, especially if it wasn't life-threatening. Miguel pulled up the X-rays in front of him. This is the same tumor. Be sure to watch this, he advised me. Her mood swings are far more aggressive. Headaches. What are you saying that we haven't already gone over? Mabel asked. I am saying things have gotten worse with Elena since the accident, he said. We will monitor it, Miguel, I answered. I will make sure my schedule is ready for a craniotomy if we find that tumor has grown as much as a millimeter by next week. I understand your frustration, but I'm not risking clots, strokes, or any of the other potential complications that come with a craniotomy. Elena burst into tears and crumbled into her dad. He won't do it! We'll be back for the scheduled MRI, Dr. Brooks. Can we go? Elena interrupted Miguel through her tears. I watched in discomfort as Miguel led Elena from the room. Shit, I said, believing I was alone. I'm guessing this is why you two aren't together, Mabel said. I smiled over at her. Wild guess and extremely accurate. Colin, have you stopped to think that this tumor could be the reason she's in pain and not fully recovering? I rose and shrugged. I would be a selfish man if I cut into that woman for those reasons alone. I know that the tumor could be putting pressure on her frontal lobes and temporal lobes, amongst other places in her brain, which could very well be why I lost my fiancé. Well aware. But she's alive, I said. Maybe she's not living the life she wants, but she is walking out of here, breathing on her own, and that's a straight-up miracle after her accident. You're an exceptional surgeon, she said, serious. That takes a lot. I know. I tried to smile, but my lips could hardly lift. 2 days later, I was sitting at a table with Dr. Brandt, a pediatric surgeon, cracking jokes as we ate lunch. The guy was a young, hotshot doc, and he reminded me a bit of Jake and me in our younger days. How did the surgery go then? I asked. Brandt's blue eyes grew wide. The surgery went well, and I was taking her to the pediatric lunchroom in no time. Can't believe that adorable 7-year-old would dare be caught in public with you. I smirked at the man who had a different chick on his arm every other weekend. Brandt was fun and relaxed, and hitting the club with him one night was probably the only fun I'd had since Elena dropped me on my ass. However, given he was in pediatrics and I was up in the main neuro unit, I hardly saw the man. Besides, he was into the nightlife, and those days were so far in my past that I felt like an idiot being at a club at all. Then it came down to her mom. He gave me a look I knew well enough. Enough of this story. I rose with a laugh. Tell me, did you take the mom out? God, no, he said. Doctor and patient relationships stay between the kid and me. The only dates happening there are when I take them to the cafeteria for ice cream. Those kids have been through enough, and that's the end of the line. Wow, I smiled at him. Looks like you took a page out of mine and Dr. Mitchell's book. My pager went off, and I eyed Brandt as my cell began ringing right after. Gotta bounce. Good catching up, man, I said before I answered my phone. What's my case? I asked, knowing this call-in number meant that my trauma unit was on standby. The ER doctor ran down the list of everything his room had done to stop the patient's epileptic seizure, and after he ran through all of the charts and told me she was currently stable, he informed me that the patient was Elena. I felt a cold chill shoot through my chest as soon as he said it, and I didn't hesitate to have her sent to my unit at once. I ordered an immediate MRI, knowing Elena's history, trying to get a step ahead. I looked at the scans on the MRI, and I saw immediately that the tumor had grown. The motherfucker had almost killed her once, and now her quality of life was suffering. Headaches and dizziness had reached the point of severe grand mal seizures. I remained quiet while the trauma staff in the room spoke about the outcomes of what we were looking at. Is there a chance surgery will be taking place? Dr. Singh asked. I'm watching the EEG, I said, intensely studying whether or not this tumor was indeed the culprit to Elena's seizure. I had to be sure before I made a call on this. Is her family here? Dr. Alvarez and her brother are being brought up to trauma waiting room 4, he said. I'll bet they're both pleased to revisit that same room again, I said. Call for them to be moved into a different room, please. Actually, forget that. My eyes were drawn to another mild seizure that was occurring, and it confirmed the only solution to the problem. Well, there could have been others, but I highly doubted that waiting any longer was the stellar choice at the rapid rate this thing was growing. Right here. I pointed at the EEG, showing me the synchronized bursts of electrical energy firing all around that tumor. That's our problem. Son of a bitch, Brooks, Singh said, looking at me in some humored shock. Nice eye. Everyone says they're the most beautiful. I clapped his arm. Everyone but that little salsa-dancing queen in the MRI machine. Get her out of there. I'll talk to her and Miguel once she's in her room. Is our patient prepped for surgery? I asked my OR team, who had prepped my surgical room for Elena's craniotomy, taking place first thing this morning. I'd had 2 days off after the night we discovered Elena's rapidly growing tumor in the trauma unit. They were the longest 2 days of my life, knowing we were here again. At least this time, Elena would be awake. Even though she was a bit frightened about that, I would be able to grab this thing, and hopefully she wouldn't have any more headaches or dizziness, and definitely no more seizures. There were so many possible outcomes for this operation, and my only hope was that Elena's suffering would finally end, and opening her skull up again would be worth it for her health. "She's a bit nervous," the neuroanesthesiologist said, the one who would be brain mapping for me for Elena's tumor removal. "We went over everything again, and she's as ready as anyone can be before being awake during a craniotomy. I'll be in the room as soon as I scrub in and after I see the patient." I walked into Elena's room. Miguel hugged me, and that was only because I knew the man was scared shitless. This was such an intricate brain surgery, dealing with the delicate parts of Elena's brain. I needed to work with the utmost precision and skill to get the entire tumor out this time. "You were invited into the observation room," I said. "I'll stay out with Stevie and the family," he said. "Okay." I looked at Elena, the bed being prepped to move out once I was done. "Elena?"
"Dr. Brooks?"
she answered nervously. "I know this is unsettling, but we plan to keep you comfortable as I work to remove the tumor with Dr. Nathan," I said. "Natalie has talked to you about her being at your side when we wake you up?"
"Yes,"
she sighed. "All right, let's get this out and get you well on your way to recovery."
"Thank you, Dr. Brooks."
The medication being administered was working because I was finally on the receiving end of the nicer Elena, the one I hadn't had the privilege of for a couple of months. It was time to keep this down to a doctor-patient relationship so I could do my job and get the entire tumor out. "All right, let's wake up the patient," I ordered, once I was ready to have Natalie guide me to stay away from the critical parts of Elena's brain. Elena was on the other side of the plastic barrier, making it much easier not to see her face while I operated. It was just me, a tumor, a brain that needed my help, my sucker device, and scalpel.
"Hi, Elena," Natalie said cheerfully. "Can you squeeze my hand?" "Where's Dr. Brooks?" she asked.
I smiled, a typical question that almost every patient asked while I performed a craniotomy. They always seemed to think I wasn't around when they were first brought out of anesthesia. "He's right behind you," I said. "Can you squeeze Natalie's hand for me?" I looked up at the computer model and then toward Natalie, who was nodding while I moved my device around her healthy brain outside of the tumor. "Keep doing that." Natalie looked at me and shook her head. "Okay, stay away from here." I coached my way through removing the tumor and focusing on that.
"I'm sorry, Dr. Brooks," Elena said.
"Elena, can you please work with Natalie and answer her questions?" I asked, knowing she and I weren't going to get into a heart-to-heart while I was poking around in her brain. "And it's okay. I just rewired your brain to say that to me, so we're all good now," I said, Dr. Nathan laughing at my side. I needed to keep Elena comfortable, though, and my initial knee-jerk reaction was a bit harsh.
"I bet you've wanted to do this all along," she said. "Elena, tell me what this card is showing."
Natalie tried to keep Elena focused on the boring cards I'd stopped using a while ago, but Nat was old school, and this was how she rolled.
"It's a shoe," she said,
while I moved around to the side of the tumor, slowly removing it and clamping off blood vessels that fed it as I went.
"Would this have helped me before?" Elena asked me.
"I can't answer that question. That wouldn't have been a reason to do surgery, though," I said. "If I did all of this to make you remember me, I would really be the Frankenstein doctor from the game my nephew and niece played with you and me." I smirked, and then I spoke to Dr. Nathan. "This one right here. I need this clamped, and then we'll cut here."
"That was fun," she said.
"Always a good time with Addie and John." "Damn." I lowered my voice as Natalie took over talking to Elena. "This thing made itself a cozy home in here. Look at all these damn blood vessels," I said, eyeing his concerned expression. "We'll cauterize the small ones, but no wonder this thing took off." "Found a source and just grew. Isn't the first of its kind," he said. Natalie kept Elena engaged in conversation that I would have loved to listen to if I weren't operating on such a bastard of a tumor. The fucking thing had more blood vessels feeding off of her brain than I expected by far. They spoke about Elena's life and what she was up to, and I smiled when I heard that familiar laugh of hers I missed. I thought I'd detoxed off this woman, but she sure as hell had her way with my soul, and then some. I was 6 hours into this surgery before I'd successfully removed the mass, clamped off the larger vessels, and cauterized the small ones it was using to grow in Elena's brain. She would be placed on medication to prevent strokes and clots, and within 3 to 4 days, maybe less given her age and health, she'd be going home with her dad, who knew how to watch for any concerning signs. I made my rounds after Elena was in the recovery room, and was happy to see that everything seemed well and good. She was a little disoriented, which was expected, but she was free of the tumor. Hopefully, she would have no impediments, moving on with her life. Elena's doctor, Mabel, took over in the recovery care at Elena's request, after she thanked me nicely and was sent home 3 days later. Thank God she was walking and talking again. In about a month or so, she should be recovered, and where she was before the headaches kicked in. The rest of the week after Elena's surgery passed slowly. Ash and Avery both delivered while I was at work, and we were all blessed to have 2 darling little girls added to the gang. Holding the infants in my arms and looking into each of their bright blue eyes had me at times knowing that if nothing went wrong with Elena in that accident, I would be holding my own daughter staring up at me with these curious eyes about this time, too. It took us all laughing at the fact that Jim, Jake, and me were definitely up to no good, knocking the ladies up all around the same time to get my head out of the clouds of wondering what could have been. There was something about seeing my friends so happy, John and Addie so damn excited, and the innocence of the powder-fresh babies to keep me from staying in the past that couldn't be changed. Instead of feeling sorry for myself and all my losses since Elena's accident, I felt prouder I could stay moving forward and appreciate these 2 angels that would one day talk and call me Uncle Colin. I had just gotten back from my hospital visit with the babies and finished eating before I sat engrossed in a medical article. Once finished, I walked out to the pool area, smirking at the fact that I put the place up for too high a price to sell, knowing I'd pull the listing. I wasn't selling the damn house, and I knew it. It was the first place I ever bought, and it really had the best views of all Southern California beaches. I wasn't that big of a bitch. Hurt or not, I had to admit I put the place up to make it feel like I'd sell it, but in some demented way, I overpriced it and kept it. Made no sense to me, the real estate agent, or those around me. But hell, who cared? I still owned it, and here I was. I was right where I needed to be, moving forward and carrying on with my life, while appreciating the oceanfront home and the solace it truly brought me. I would accept the things in my life that I could and couldn't change, adapt and overcome all that had been sent my way to challenge me, and I would only allow it all to make me a better man for it.
Chapter 44. Elena. 1 month later. I walked out of Dr. Moaz's office, wanting to squeal with excitement that this was my last visit to the neurologist until my next follow-up in 3 months. The scans had all shown that Dr. Brooks had been successful in removing every last piece of the tumor that had caused headaches more excruciating than the pain of trying to stomach everyone attempting to trigger memories of the last 10 years of my life. I walked out of her office and spotted the tall figure of Dr. Brooks speaking with someone in the open reception area we were in. His dark blonde and messy hair could be spotted a mile away. I discreetly observed him in his white lab coat where he stood, facing away from Dad and me. So many mixed emotions filled me when I heard him laugh. I watched the 2 women in scrubs staring up at him. and their eyes dazzled in humor to whatever he was saying in response to a book he was thumbing through. I wasn't jealous of the interaction, though. He was a fascinating man, to be sure, and I expected nothing less from the 2 staff members who were being entertained by him at the moment.
"Let's go, kiddo,"
Dad said, and then he stopped when he caught me staring at Colin.
"Did you want to say anything to Dr. Brooks before we leave?"
"No, he's busy." I smiled. Besides, Dr. Moas told me that he cleared me to drive and resume life as a happy, healthy miracle. I linked my arm into Dad's. I am shocked he didn't sit in on the meeting, though. Dad and I walked out of the reception and to the exit of the neuro offices of the hospital.
"I'm sure it was out of respect for your wishes."
Dad smiled at me.
"Also, neurosurgeons don't necessarily sit in on consultations of patients who aren't theirs. The only reason he met with us at the hospital was that Dr. Moas requested his consultation to see if you were a candidate for surgery."
"And he turned my ass down." I arched my eyebrow teasingly at my dad, thanking God that my outbursts and horrible mean streak went away in the last 2 weeks as my brain healed.
"I knew he would,"
Dad admitted.
"But I'd rather the surgeon see the tumor had grown and see if he found anything the neurologist and I hadn't seen in your recent scans."
Well, God knows I turned him down plenty of times, so he probably enjoyed turning me down for once, I said with a laugh as I rolled my eyes. I still don't understand why he would turn down operating on the growing tumor, letting it get to the point where I had seizures. We reached the car, and Dad's expression was professional and serious.
"That's because he's a damn good surgeon, Lainey,"
he said as we got into his car.
"A good surgeon never sees surgery as the first answer. I taught him that, you know."
I nudged Dad in the arm. "And you must be so proud of your prodigy of a student." He grinned.
"Let's get some lunch and head back to the ranch. You're clear to ride again, but nothing more than
walking or maybe a little trot." I smiled at him.
"Yeah, exactly what that horse you sent back to Colin was trained perfectly to do."
He shook his head. "Don't start with me, Poppy," I said, buckling up. "That horse was meant for someone else, and we both know I'm not that woman. Besides, I love riding Stormy. She's gentle and kind." Dad nodded and sighed, and I was undoubtedly itching to get home and finally ride the horse I'd been riding before everything went to hell with the headaches and seizures. "I'll be back in a while," I told Dad as he started going through the mail at the kitchen table.
"Take it slow with that horse,"
he eyed me.
"I'm serious, Elena."
"I'm not risking anything, especially since it's taken me a month of pacing floors to get this part of my life back." Stormy was saddled and ready to go within 20 minutes of me getting to the stables, and I hoisted myself on her back. I wanted so badly to turn the reins loose on her and feel the freedom and power I felt in the mare when she took off. But I kept it cool. It was nice to keep her at a walk and head up the path to the lake at the top of Dad's property. It was the most peaceful place, and it made me feel like I was the only person in the world. I dismounted, took my blanket off Stormy's back, and spread the blanket out for me to take in the beauty of the lake, the dock, the canoe, and the birds. A soft breeze blew against my face, and I watched as the canoe rocked gently in the water, tied to the dock by only a rope. My eyes then suddenly saw something entirely different. "All right, hold still," I said. I was transported into the canoe, and back in time, and I was looking at Colin's brilliant and curious smile.
"About time you kiss me,"
he said, as I felt myself gripping the side of the canoe to show off a stunt I'd learned when I was a kid. "Oh my God!" I rubbed my forehead as I saw, felt, and heard everything as if I'd gone back in time and experienced it. "What the hell?" I scrambled to get up. I froze when my mind was flooded again. The beautiful view of the ocean from here had disappeared, and I was dancing at the medical conference. I felt so free, and I loved the song that played because it reminded me of Miami. I held my hand up in the air, and it was caught. I finished the spin, and I was suddenly dancing with the most handsome man I'd ever seen. His eyes were an enchanting blue. His smile dazzled, and he danced with me as if he were my partner for a competition. I wondered where he'd come from as he dipped me, and my breath caught when his eyes locked onto mine. "May I ask who you are, sir?" I'd questioned this beautiful man as I moved the dance to become a bit more seductive. I tried to scare him off, but he didn't waver.
"Your future husband,"
he said, and without missing a beat, he spun me out and away from him. I fell to my knees. What was happening to me? Did something go wrong after my brain surgery? Or could it be? Were these my stolen memories being flashed before my eyes before I died from a possible brain aneurysm? I was overwhelmed, nauseated, and terrified all at once. I couldn't die up here alone. "Stormy!" I called my horse. I needed her legs. My mind flashed to my med school graduation. I crossed the stage, shrieking in delight, and instead of being proper, I pointed to my dad in the crowd. "I did it for you, Poppy!" I was getting dizzier and dizzier as I climbed onto Stormy's back, all while my memories were slamming into me as if I were downloading them from somewhere. They were all on repeat, all of my memories, coming back, and I didn't know what the hell was happening, but I was panic-stricken that this was the end. I reached the house and felt like I had vertigo. "Poppy!" I called out in panic.
"Right here, Lainey,"
he said, watching me stumble into the house. He looked as terrified as I felt.
"What's happened?"
"I see things, I think," I said, panting. "Poppy, my memories. I remember what happened. Everything. Am I going to die? Do I need to go to the hospital? I don't want to die." I saw my dad smile as he pulled me tightly into his arms.
"Easy, Lainey,"
he said.
No, baby girl. You are not going to die. This is completely—"
My dad's voice trailed off, and my vision changed again. I was on the beach and had been watching Colin surfing all morning. He surfed like a pro, and I was intrigued, watching him out there, looking like a total badass. The air smelled of salt, and I heard seagulls flying above me as the waves rolled into the shore. I watched in utter excitement as Colin danced through the water, and the next thing I knew, he was kissing me with the salty taste of the ocean on his lips. His wetsuit was ice cold, and I shivered underneath him. I laughed, trying to push him off of me, but his lips remained firmly on mine while we rolled through the soft sand and kissed like no one was watching. I finally pushed him off of me. "You crazy man! I'm all sandy, and that water is so freaking cold," I said to him. His smile was my favorite, and it always made me laugh because I knew he was going to do something wild and insane. He'd taken his wetsuit off by the time I figured I was safe from some crazy Colin maneuver, but I should have known better. I screamed when he threw me over his shoulder and ran out toward the cold surf. I screamed through my laughter, and then the next thing I knew, we were both waist-deep in the freezing cold Pacific Ocean. Colin's eyes dazzled while the sun reflected off the ocean and into them. He pulled me close while I tried to act like I was furious, but my laughter always screwed me when I tried to act angry with him.
"Hold your breath, babe,"
I heard him say. His eyes wide and wild, and I was in trouble. I managed to listen, and the next thing I knew, he pulled me under the water, and his mouth was on mine. I felt the cold water stinging and the electric currents I always felt inside me when he kissed me. I saw my dad again, and I was sitting in his large chair in the living room. I started crying. "Poppy, what's happening? I'm so scared," I whispered.
"Lainey, I need you to be as calm as you can. Your memories are coming back to you,"
he said. "Like this?" I said, looking at him in fear. "My entire surroundings are changing, and I'm being transported into them. What is this?"
"It happens in many different ways. I've had a few conversations with patients on the phone at home when it happened to them. They may come back all at once, or they may take some time. They return differently."
"This is good. Keep talking," I said, scared to get zapped off into another memory again. I needed a second to catch my breath to appreciate the miracle that was happening.
"Right,"
he said, kneeling in front of me.
"Some people have reported that it was as if they returned in a reel, like watching a movie, but most have reported they just remembered everything. When the deep-rooted memories return, We believe those are the ones that hit the hardest. The most impact is felt with those. You're safe, honey, he said with a smile. I want you to relax and let this pass.
Oh, Colin, I love him, Poppy, I said through tears of relief. My soul felt that more than anything.
Close your eyes and rest. You look exhausted, he said. Are you thirsty? Hungry?
I'm overwhelmed, I said.
Close your eyes. Let them come as they are. I'm not leaving your side.
I closed my eyes, and then I was lying on the couch with Colin. I was trying to watch a mystery movie, but I couldn't focus. Colin's firm lips massaged on my neck, and his hand moved over my abdomen. I'm never going to find out, I laughed when Colin's hands went into my panties.
They have sex and live happily ever after,
he said, and I felt his fingers sparking sensations I loved between my legs. The murderer and the detective?
Whatever they are.
He laughed, and I twisted in his arms. We can never get through these movies. I felt his face in my hands. His expression was so mischievous. You're lucky the sex is better. He smiled and kissed my palm.
The sex is always better, sunshine,
he said, before he covered me with his perfect body. The vision faded from the sofa in Colin's Malibu beach house, and I was at the hospital now. I'd just walked out of my patient's room and met up with Dr. Nathan.
All good today, Elena?
He asked. Always. I felt myself smile at him. Before I could say another word, my lower back had a hand on it, and when I turned to my right, I saw that it was Colin. He was in his scrubs, and he gave me a peck on the cheek. Dr. Nathan and I laughed as Colin kept on walking with 2 interns as if he'd never done anything. He's a mess, I said, trying to defend him to his usual resident who attended his surgeries.
For the record,
I heard Nathan say,
that's against hospital policy.
You'd think he'd know that by now.
I think my friend doesn't give a shit.
I tried to answer Dr. Nathan, but he was gone, and so was the hospital. Dance with me? I asked Colin after taking a sip of wine while sitting on his outdoor furniture. We'd spent the evening on a walk after our day ended, and this day was the hardest on him that I'd witnessed. He'd lost a patient to a severe stroke, and there was no saving that poor woman.
I'd love that,
he said. I held him, and we turned on his playlist, and Otis Redding sang These Arms of Mine. I begged Colin to keep the song on repeat. I loved how it drew us close in such an intimate way as we danced. I felt Colin's tense muscles ease as he danced seductively as if he were worshipping me through our favorite evening times spent dancing. I had no idea how long I'd sat in the chair, getting my life back in the most dramatic way. Thank God that my dad never left my side. I have to see him, I said, sitting up. Poppy, I have to be with him.
Colin?
He carefully asked. Yes, I answered. I can't trust this will stop happening, so I can't drive. I need you to take me to him.
You think you'll be okay?
He asked. If not, he's a neurodoc too. He'll know if something goes wrong. Tears were streaming down my dad's face.
Sweetheart, I don't think I've ever been happier in my entire life.
He let out a sob as he embraced me tightly.
Thank God it's over. Now, let's get you home to Colin.
Chapter 45. Colin. I finished eating and fell into my usual routine of opening up a medical article to read. This time I was more interested in the contents, given it was written about a patient of mine. It was a breakthrough surgery that I'd done and was still impressed with my recovering patient. My patient was deemed permanently paralyzed before I took on his case, but he'd become a proud success. With the help of a walker, he could now move his legs after I'd removed his injured nerves, allowing the healthy nerves to signal to his brain, giving him the ability to walk again. The article was written in the patient's favor, which I was pleased to read, and the tedious medical jargon input I added was simplified. I was happy to see that this man had regained his life after trusting me to perform this particular surgery on him. Life as a neuroscientist was a world of endless possibilities, surprises, miracles, and in my situation, Sometimes it came with sadness that couldn't change mental outcomes. Before Elena basically told me to fuck off, I'd had so much therapy that I could recite half the shit the therapist said to cope with it all. How many of my patients' lives had enormously suffered after I'd busted my ass to save them? I had a different perspective now. I had saved Elena's life twice in my OR, but mentally I couldn't save her. I wasn't going to dwell on that tonight, though. I had just signed off on Elena's official medical release, and I was thrilled that after a month of monitoring her scans, her operation was proven successful. I was told I had missed seeing her in the office today, and it was just as well. I was resolved to let her go. I had no other choice. The house intercom chimed as I took a sip of beer. I tossed the magazine aside, wondering who the hell would show up and ring my house like this. Jake was known for pulling these types of pranks, acting like a jackass instead of letting himself in with the key I'd given him. He and Ash were staying down the road at their beach house this weekend, and the man probably got bored. God only knew. I opened the door, and my eyes took in Elena's somber bronze ones. I hadn't the slightest clue as to why she was here this late.
"Colin,"
she said. "Elena?" I answered, when I saw tears in her eyes. "Come in." She turned and waved off the Tesla that was sitting in my driveway.
"We have to talk,"
she said, walking into the house as I trailed her. I stood in the living room, watching her look around, and I was entirely confused as to what the hell was going on. She turned back to me, and her expression broke my heart.
"Saying I'm sorry isn't enough. It's not what you deserve after everything you've done to help me, only to have me treat you so wretchedly."
"I'm a bit confused," I said, standing there, wanting to hold her but fearful of what that would do. "There's no need to apologize. I understand you need to move on. I'm letting you have that." She shook her head and bit onto her bottom lip.
"My soul will find yours,"
she said softly as she looked into my eyes.
"It's what you would say to me, and I would feel your lips on my closed eyes."
I was paralyzed where I stood, staring into her eyes as they waited for my response, but I had nothing. She'd recited what I would say to her every time I would leave her in the ICU while she was in her coma.
"Do you remember telling me that? Do you remember making that promise to me, Col?"
I swallowed the sudden lump in my throat. My brain was scrambled with thoughts. She was repeating something that I had no idea she'd heard while in her coma. Was she back? Was the woman I'd loved and lost back? "I do," I choked out. "I'm struggling to understand how you recall it now."
"I love you,"
she said, stepping toward my frozen body.
"Baby, I remember us. I remember everything."
She touched my face, and I closed my eyes in prayer that this wasn't a dream. I turned my head to kiss her palm against my cheek. I held her hand to my cheek, and my eyes reopened. God, please tell me this is real, and I didn't pass out on the couch after reading that article.
You've never slept on the couch. Even if I fell asleep watching a boring movie that you put on, you would carry me to bed. You prided yourself in that, never falling asleep on the couch.
I'm scared that I'll blink and you'll be gone, I said, feeling myself trembling inside.
Oh, baby, she sighed. I've hurt you so badly and caused you so much pain that I completely understand your response. Will you ever forgive me? I don't deserve this chance I'm begging you for.
You are my entire life, Elena, I said, as my body jerked out of this bizarre state of paralysis. I pulled her into my arms and buried my face into her neck. The one place I found myself lost in the love of my life. She reached up to hold the back of my neck and ran her hands through my hair as she always had when I held her like this. I had no idea how long I stood there, holding her and feeling as though if I'd let her go, I'd lose her again. Elena and I both shed tears, and we stood there, reuniting our broken souls. I felt like life was being breathed back into my entire being. I'd imagined this scenario from the first moment I knew she had amnesia. And now that it was here, I wasn't reacting in any of the ways I thought I would. It wasn't an explosion of fireworks or spinning her around in the air as we both laughed with joy. It was gentle and so deeply soul-moving that I could hardly make a sound. Elena released our hold on each other and took my face in her hands, and she swept the tears from my face. "No more crying," she said through her tears. "We've both cried enough for one lifetime. We're the ones who are supposed to laugh and do crazy stuff, remember?" I grinned. "We are. We're also the couple who were ripped apart, and by some miracle from heaven, I have you back. I almost can't believe it, Lainey." "I'm home, Call," she said. "If you'll still have me, of course." "God, stop saying that." I took her hand and kissed it again. "You know that this is your home if you want it. You know that I am always yours." I ran my hand through my hair, still having a hard time with the fact that my Elena came back to me, and she was one of the miracles we all talked about on the neuro ward. "Sit with me. My fucking knees are weak." I laughed at the fact that I'd never felt anything remotely close to this before. Maybe it was a mixture of shock and glee. All I knew was that I was overwhelmed in the best possible way. We sat on the couch. All I wanted to do was hold her, and after a few seconds of sitting there like a jackass in shock, I pulled her onto my lap from where she sat across from me. I kissed her shoulder, her arm, her neck, and her jaw. "Afraid to kiss my lips?" She arched her eyebrow when she shifted in my arms to face me. I smirked. "I don't know what I am," I answered truthfully. I brushed her hair from her face, and I felt a rush of emotions of desire hit me stronger than ever before. I relaxed into the cushions, taking her beautiful face and bringing it to mine. My lips were so urgent and hungry for her, and I was grateful that her desire for my kiss was returned with more passion than I remembered. She tasted so delicious, and I became ravenous for more of this. Our bodies found their usual position on the couch whenever I pressed for more, and I felt her react as she always did, moving so I wouldn't smother her while I lay on top of her and turned a delicious kiss into a consuming one. Her moans, whimpers, and her fingers running through my hair, all of it was my Elena responding to me. I didn't want to stop with this kiss, but I had to. I had to know how she remembered and how it all came back. What did she know? I had no idea how I did it, but I pulled away, watching Elena's beautiful chest rise and fall while she caught her breath. She smiled so beautifully at me, her fingertips running along my lips. "I've missed your lips," she said. Her eyes stared into mine. "And your beautiful eyes. You're the best man I've ever known, and I'm the luckiest woman in the world," she said, sitting up and reclining in my arms. "I remember you coming to me while I was in the coma." I could tell she was happy to be reunited, but she needed to talk, and it was a good thing because I wanted to hear how my woman came back to me. "You repeated to me what I would tell you, that my soul would find yours," I said with a smile. "I was reaching, Lainey. I was doing anything to get those brain waves to give me something to let me know you heard me." She smiled. "Do you remember when you brought me to the meadow with Grace? The wedding gift you returned?" I grinned, loosening up a bit so I could have a normal conversation. "Yes," she shook her head. "I hope she's still mine." "Of course she is. John and Addie have fallen in love with her, but they know she's Aunt Laney's horse." "Aunt Laney?" She smiled brightly. "Yeah, you're Aunt Laney. Thank God you're back, because I had no idea how to tell them you were no longer part of our lives." "I'm seriously flattered," she said, tears in her eyes. "Anyway, you were speaking about the meadow where we sat and talked." I smiled. It was pretty much the only normal conversation we had after the accident. "Yes," she answered, and intertwined our fingers together. "The meadow, though. I didn't remember it at the time, but I know now why it was so soothing to be there talking to you." "Why's that?" I rubbed my free hand along her legs. "Well, while I was in the coma, I heard you." She looked at me, and I felt comfort wash over my entire being. "Baby, I heard everything." It's incredible, and I thought I was talking to myself most of the time. I ran my hand over her face again to feel the softness of it. "It was so strange," she said, relaxing into me. "I remember seeing that I was going to hit the tree and couldn't avoid it. Then suddenly I was in that meadow filled with yellow flowers. It was so peaceful and serene. Now that my memories have practically downloaded into my mind again, I remember hearing everything, but I couldn't talk back." "Laney," I said, my thumb stroking along her cheek. "I'm so sorry. I knew you may or may not have heard anything while you were out. I did my best." "Stop," she smiled. "A lot of what I heard while I was in the coma, it's pretty fuzzy at best." She sat up and leaned her head onto my shoulder. I had to see her face, though. I wasn't ever going to be able to stop looking at the woman who'd come back to me. I readjusted our position to where she was comfortable in my arms, kissed her chin, and smiled. "I need to see your eyes, sunshine." I smiled. She returned my smile with a small kiss on my lips. "You came to me in that meadow call," she said, and I knew my expression was blank. "Every conversation that was said by others, I mostly heard as if they were voices in the sky. It was so bizarre. But you—" Her eyes studied mine. "You were there and we sat together. I held your hands, though I couldn't feel them." She softly laughed. "Call." Her head shifted to the side. "We grieved together. Even though you didn't answer me when I talked to you, we cried together, and we held each other when you told me about the miscarriage." "Oh my God, Laney," I said as I held her tightly. "I hope I did everything right with her and for you." "You did everything so beautifully, and I couldn't understand why you were doing all of it while I was out." "I felt like I had to do whatever it took to take care of you. I had to know how you felt about the baby, how long you'd known." "You told me that in our meadow while I was in the coma." "I saw the butterfly you drew in your journal, and I knew you were crying when you found out about the baby. I should have been there for you." "I cried because I knew it was an overwhelming change for you and me. We were getting married, and the next thing I knew, I was going to have to tell you, 'Hey, guess what?'" she said in a silly voice that I loved. "The honeymoon is over in a few months, and it's time to get ready for diapers and no sleep." She chuckled, and I laughed before she grew serious. "Would you have been upset? I know it's a dumb question after every beautiful thing you've done for our daughter and me." I kissed her nose. "I would have loved the mother of my child that much more." I smiled. "But Josephine March Brooks is our angel now, and I have a crazy feeling she might have had something to do with you coming back to me." "Look at you," she chuckled. "You've officially become a man who might believe in things outside this black and white scientific world of yours." I held her closer. "You in my arms at this moment is a prime example of a scientist being completely stumped. You're not just some miracle beauty who danced into my life at that medical conference, but you're literally a walking miracle, Elena Alvarez. We need to fix that whole Alvarez thing, and fast. I should be Elena Brooks by now, she said with a smile, kissing my lips. Courthouse? I teased. I would show up at the first appointment you got. I studied her. I think we should do it. We have a lot to make up for, and I think we should start there. Then we need to find a way to get on that honeymoon you planned. There's a bit of a plan change on that one. I leaned her close and kissed the incision wound on her head that was healing nicely. We can only do what I planned for the second half of our honeymoon. I was dying to know where you were taking me, she said. What did I screw up? El Capitan in Yosemite, I told her. You told me it was something you'd always wanted to do. The guys and I hiked the face of that rock after we graduated college. I went behind your back and asked your dad what your experience was in rock climbing. I wasn't surprised to hear that you were perfectly primed to climb that mountain. Her lips were on my neck. That would have been so amazing. Damn it, you think of everything. All I want is to give the woman I love the life of her dreams. Unfortunately, you're going to have to settle for the second part of my surprise trip. We'll stretch out our time there, though, since you're not going to be doing wild stuff for a while. Tell me, she said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The Maldives. One of those badass places that give us privacy, and the huts are on stilts over the ocean. It's secluded and unbelievably gorgeous. Is that something you'd be up for? I could arrange the time off, and we'd make up for missing the last months of our lives together. We could stay right here, and I would be delighted. I feel the same. There's so much for us to make up for, I said. I'm still trying to process that this is even happening. Dance with me, she said with a smile. Like we always did at night after long, stressful days. Have you tried? I asked her. Does that part of your brain work again? There's only one way to find out. She popped up from my lap and started dancing a beautiful hula dance for me. I'm back, baby, and we're wasting time.
Chapter 46. Elena. Colin and I spent the entire night talking, laughing, and, of course, having wild sex. I loved every second of his lips, savoring my body as they always had when we were together. He was a perfect man in every way, and he was right. Life had ripped us apart. But we survived it, and by some beautiful miracle, we were convinced that baby Jo had brought her parents back together after all the hurt that they'd endured. I felt I should apologize for using his past as an excuse to leave him in the way that I did before I got my memories back. The truth was that his past had never been an issue for me. We both had life experiences that we'd learned from, and I knew that made us who we were. Unfortunately for him, he was dealing with a much less mature version of myself, so I couldn't do anything but reassure him that nothing in his past gave me any cause for concern at any time. Luckily for me, that led to delicious shower sex. It was so good to feel good again, to have my memories back, and to share this journey with Colin. I listened to him talk, knowing he'd been mentally beaten up in more ways than one. The pain I saw in his eyes was unforgivable, but he forgave me without a moment's hesitation, and here we were, back in each other's arms again, as if we hadn't skipped a beat. Colin worked the entire following week, but Dr. Nathan and the others worked to help take on shifts and patients and fill in for him so that we could escape the noise for a while and focus on each other. We determined that starting the Equine Rehab Center was not just my personal dream come true, but it was both of our way of giving back to patients suffering and going through what we both went through. In about 2 months, the place would be completely set up with horses brought in for rehab, and the place would be staffed with more therapists to help with patients. Colin had revisited my brain scans more than once, and his surgical conclusion was met with the agreement that the tumor that had almost killed me and forced the emergency surgery was most likely jarred, and that was the only explanation for my memory loss. Colin said it had most definitely moved into that part of my brain and caused most of my issues. He only wished he could back up that assumption, but because I'd never had a brain scan before my accident, Colin had nothing to compare where it was located in my brain before the injury. The week had flown by, and now, here we were, the day of our secret courthouse wedding. We'd planned to get married, go back to the main house, and possibly take the horses out, and then celebrate each other until we left for the airport at 11 this evening. Colin had arranged the red-eye flight on Jim's private jet, knowing we'd most likely sleep while we flew across the world. But I doubted we'd be sleeping much after Avery described the luxury of the plane. The thing was set up like some penthouse suite, and we'd most likely feel like we were in a hotel the entire flight and not on a plane. I was so excited, I could hardly stand it. The courthouse wedding was fun and quick, and I squealed when Colin swept me up into his arms and announced to the people staring at us like we were lunatics that I was officially Mrs. Colin Brooks. I loved the sound of that more than I could express. Colin and I walked back to our car, kissing and holding on to each other like there was no one else around. We couldn't give a damn what anyone thought. We were together, married, and beginning this chapter in our life in the most blessed fashion. When we got home to our ranch, Colin was at my door, sweeping me out of the car before I could place a foot on the ground. Our lips met as if we hadn't kissed nearly the whole way home, and once he carried me through the house and made his way to our room, he kicked the door closed behind him. Our lips hadn't left each other's, even as Colin laid me on the bed, and his sky-blue eyes beamed. "Well, my handsome husband, what are you going to do with me now? I thought we were going to go horseback riding." "That comes after this," he said, his lips finding my abdomen. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of the knocks was the beat that Jake and Colin would use when they showed up at the other's house. "He's fucking kidding, right?" Colin said with a sigh. "Are you two dressed in there?" Jake said with humor in his voice. "We're sort of fucking in here." Colin arched an eyebrow in humor at me and grinned. "Careful, old man," Jake answered with a chuckle. "There are kids around." Colin's forehead fell against my chest while I ran my hands through his hair and laughed. "Go get the door." "He's lucky he was at my side the entire time you were gone," Colin said with a sigh. "Watching Vampire Diaries and all, too?" I laughed again. "Him and Alex, right?" "I was in a dark place, Lainey." He straightened his shirt as he stood up. "I brought them there with me, too." "Then you owe it to your best friend to open that door and see what he wants," I said. Colin opened the door, and the next thing I knew, Jake and Alex snatched my new husband, and Col was gone with a string of curse words hanging in the air behind him. "We're going to steal him away for just a bit," Jim said, wearing a suit and smiling. "Congratulations on the nuptials." He ducked out of the doorway as I sat up on the edge of the bed, and then Ash, Avery, and my sister rushed into the room with Clay and Joe. "What the hell is going on?" I giggled, seeing Joe and Clay eye me like I was about to become their hardest makeover yet. Lydia approached the bed. "It's a send-off party, sister." She hugged me. "That Jim guy can make some serious miracles happen." I wrapped my arms around my sister and hugged her. "Jim did this?" "Jim and Alex made a lot of things happen, but the crazy stuff?" Avery laughed and looked at Ash. "Crazy stuff like kidnapping Colin?" Ash laughed. "Well, any crazy shit that goes down from now and until we get you on that plane tonight is all Jake." I hugged Ash and Avery, genuinely grateful that I could consider these two strong and wonderful women my dear friends. The friendships we'd forged so effortlessly were precious to me, and I had more blessings to count than I could have ever dreamed possible. "I have no idea what you all are planning, but I'm totally down for having some crazy and wild fun. I'll have to thank all of you for pulling off whatever miracle you have planned later, I said.
And you'll be thanking Joe and me for our miracle, sister girl,
Clay said, pulling my hair through his hands.
Honey, you've been through a lot, and we're about to overhaul this neglect of your gorgeous hair. This dress is perfect for enhancing the naturally glowing tanned skin you're blessed with, Joe said, walking over a strapless, silky yellow dress to me. Colin loves you in a strapless dress, and your body is perfectly toned to wear this like you own it.
Why yellow? I smirked. Because of the yellow flowers in the meadow, Ash said. There's a reason you found comfort being surrounded by yellow flowers in the field in your coma, the only place you saw Colin come to you. What's that meaning? I questioned. Well, when it comes to chakras and healing, the color yellow has some spiritual effects. The color itself is so bright and luminous that you can't help but feel cheerful with its radiant glow. If your subconscious pulled you into a meadow of yellow flowers, then it helped you pull personal power, strength, and courage. It's such a powerful, happy, and optimistic color. Not to mention nothing looks better against your skin tone, Avery added with a laugh. It enhances the beauty we always have seen in our sweet friend. I've missed this so much, you guys, I said, feeling overwhelmed with love. I can't wait to get back so we can all have fun together like we used to.
That all comes after you and Colin make up for your lost time, Joe said, going through a bag and pulling out lacy undergarments. Go and put these on. It's 3 in the afternoon and we have a lot to accomplish between getting you reunited with Colin and on that plane.
A send-off party, huh? I laughed. There was no way the guys, your family, and we girls were letting you both off as easy as we led you to believe, Ash said with a grin. After Clay and Joe worked their magic on me, I was blindfolded. I couldn't help but laugh, as I had been doing since the moment I woke up this morning. I couldn't help but enjoy the fun adrenaline of surprises, and it was surging through me. I was so full of positivity and love that I felt like I was vibrating. I heard a large crowd after I'd been led from point A to point B, wherever that was located. What's going on? I softly asked. Hey, sweetheart. I heard my mom's voice, and I jerked off the blindfold, tears filling my eyes. I hugged my mom tightly, hardly noticing that we were in the large, renovated open area of our barn. Strands of lights hung throughout the rafters, looking like blurry diamonds, as I held Mom, and then I saw Dad's smile from where he stood behind her. I'm sorry I couldn't get here faster. I was about to take the next flight out, then Colin's friend Jim contacted me. He let me know that he'd be sending a flight to pick all of us up to celebrate you being well again, and that we'd be sending you and Colin off after this beautiful reception. I cleared my eyes. Colin was still nowhere in sight, but all of my family and friends from Miami were in this room. They waved as I covered my mouth in tears and shock that I was actually seeing this. I took in the magnificent area that looked like some otherworldly and heavenly place with the hanging flowers, beautifully arranged tables, and the twinkling ambiance of this room. I saw my girlfriends who were with me when I had my snowboarding accident, and I hugged them all and thanked them for being there for me. When I'd hugged the last of them, I looked around the room again, awe-stricken by everything once more. Clay and Joe? I asked. You know it, Avery said. Stevie hugged me tightly and stayed by my side.
Jim flew everyone in on his private jets, sis, Stevie said. Everyone went all out so we could celebrate our love for you, and, of course, to see you found your life and happiness with Colin again.
You tried to sneak your way out of having a big wedding, so we decided to get to the fun part and give you and Col the send-off you deserve, Avery said with a smile. I felt tears again. I don't know how to thank you all for this, I said, sniffing and smiling, trying not to ruin my makeup. Oh, trust us. Colin will be ensuring we feel like you both appreciate all of this, Ash said. Where the hell is he? I asked. Lydia chuckled. He's with his best friends. Apparently they had some pranks and plans for him since he tried to ditch out on a formal wedding. I loved how different Lydia was now. I could see the happiness in her eyes, and I loved my sister more than I ever had. Stevie stood tall at my side, and I was thankful to God that my brother had pulled it together despite my injury taking me down. He was working a stable job and busting his ass at school, and I was so damn proud of him. I thought I couldn't be happier until a spotlight hit a stage that was created for this moment, and I heard Colin's beautiful voice start to sing slowly.
Wise men say, only fools rush in.
I covered my mouth when I saw my handsome husband dressed sharply in a black suit, with a microphone in his hand. I felt tears slide down the corners of my eyes as Colin sang the song with a violinist playing softly in the background to complement his perfect vocals. The song was more beautiful now than ever as I watched and hung on to every word. Colin's searching eyes finding me and singing directly to me. He waved his hand for me to join him on stage, and I didn't hesitate to allow him to continue serenading me with that song while he gently led me in a dance. As his song came to an end, more upbeat music came on, and people made their way to the dance floor to join in on the fun.
I have no idea what the hell is going on.
Colin spun me out, and then I twirled back into his arms.
And I'm not even pissed about it. You look beyond beautiful, baby.
Everyone seemed to be having a fantastic time, and Colin and I couldn't get enough of each other, dancing like the silly, hopelessly in love couple we were. I don't know how many songs we danced to before Jake's voice came over the speakers. Colin spun me back into him, and we fell into a perfect embrace. I rested my back against Colin's firm chest, and his chin rested on my hair.
These two.
Jake slid a hand into his pocket and casually held the mic to his smiling lips.
They've been through hell and back, and have proven to all of us that love can conquer anything that tries to defeat it.
He pursed his lips and shrugged.
It might sound cheesy, I know, but after watching what the past months have done to both of them, I have to say it's 100% true.
He chuckled, then looked out at the crowd.
We have all prayed and pleaded for these two to come together again after almost losing Elena.
He looked at Colin.
I watched my best friend save her life and grieve the possibility that his soulmate was lost to him forever.
He shook his head and smiled at me.
You have always had the brightest smile and the best outlook on everything. Watching you struggle as the world tried to strip that positivity from you, I have to say, there are not many times when I've been at a loss for understanding why life can be so cruel, but that was one of them. I couldn't understand many things having to do with the outcome of your accident, but I look at you with Colin now, and I think I get it. You see, not to toot my friend's horn, but I'm sure he'll tell you every chance he gets. He's a prodigy, you know, one of those child geniuses.
Colin waved his hand out at the crowd and took a bow like a goofball as his best friend continued talking.
Being a real-life genius, however, sometimes certain details slip through the cracks, and I have to say that with all my friend's expertise, there was an element of personal experience with these injuries that he couldn't relate to.
Colin held me tighter as Jake spoke, and I felt him subtly nodding in agreement.
Over the trials of the last months, you've both learned lessons that are valuable not only to yourselves, but also to put them into action to help others who've been in your situation.
Jake waved his hand around the barn that was to be the hub of our equine therapy center.
You've decided to open this place and use your experiences to help alleviate the pain of others. And, well, I think there isn't anything nobler than that. That leads me to my point. I have no idea where he's going with this.
Colin whispered in my ear. Jake smirked at Colin.
I think this rehab center might have to partner up with St. John's Hospital to help reach more people. What do you say?
Oh my God! I covered my heart and looked at Colin's same shocked expression.
That is where I come in,
I heard Jim say as he spoke into a mic.
As CEO of the company who's always looking at ways to expand and enhance St. John's, we are willing to support your rehab center monetarily and in any other way we can. We would love to help bring in staff while allowing you both to retain ownership and control, and all of that fun stuff.
He winked.
We'll take on any burden of the business aspect of the equine rehab facility because it is our wish for Dr. Elena Brooks to focus on getting her patients well through her horses and contagious positivity.
I broke free of Colin's hold and hugged Jim, crying in his arms, knowing that the man had cemented my ultimate dream. I would now have the endless possibilities of helping those who've suffered what Colin and I went through after my injury.
Damn it,
I heard Jake whisper.
I didn't even get a hug, and I thought my shit was pretty damn good too.
Get over here. I reached out for Jim's brother and Colin's best friend, who laughed and hugged me.
Dry your eyes, kid,
I heard Alex say. I looked at the striking man who I'd grown to admire for his commanding air, grateful for his care and concern for Colin while I was in my coma. Alex had taken Colin into his home during Colin's darkest hour, and for that, I would be eternally in Alex's debt. You guys, thank you for all of this. I smiled at Colin, shaking Jim and his best friend's hand. I knew Colin was as thrilled and overwhelmed by all of this as I was. Alex reached for my hand, used some tricky maneuver, and spun me out.
Dance with the butterflies,
he said to me with a smile as the crowd watched.
Right?
I looked at him in confusion as he released my hand, and Jim, Jake, Ash, and Avery stood behind Alex, looking at Colin and me. 2 women walked up with Avery and Ash's newborn babies in their arms, little John and Addie proudly trailing them. I watched with happiness, my hand instinctively covering my stomach, knowing that one sweet angel was missing. Baby Joe Brooks. I felt a tear slip out of the corner of my eye. I didn't want to cry again. I'd already done this when I first held the precious babies after first meeting them. I loved these sweet little girls with a love I didn't know I carried in me, even though I still wished we had our Josephine with us.
If it weren't for you two, we wouldn't have that special angel, Baby Joe, to watch over all of us. Isn't that right, Addie?
Alex asked, looking down at the 5-year-old, who nodded along as he spoke. Yes, Addison said, smiling out to the audience to ensure they knew mine and Colin's daughter was a special angel. Alex looked back at Jim and the gang as they smiled at Colin and me.
We believe that our angel, Baby Joe, is a symbol of hope, and St. John's has decided to dedicate the butterfly gardens in her name with the motto, Dance with the Butterflies. We will work to expand this center in Baby Joe's name for parents who've experienced the grief of losing a child. We hope that each of our donations in our angel's name, Baby Josephine Brooks, will help expand our pediatric unit. Our chief pediatric neurosurgeon, Dr. Brandt, will be working to ensure that every child who comes into the pediatric ward will know that St. John's is much more than just a hospital. It's a place of hope and understanding.
Colin was perfectly quiet and still, even silently tearing up with me until Dr. Brandt's name was mentioned. That's when Colin kissed my cheek and chuckled.
You know that they just dedicated our daughter's pediatric unit and placed it in the care of the pediatric doctor who's the younger version of me, correct?
I looked up at Colin and then over to where Dr. Brandt had walked up and smiled at both of us. The tall and handsome man was a head-turner, and when Colin wasn't on the neuro ward, but Brandt was, good Lord, there was trouble. He was a beautiful man inside and out. He was young, but my interactions with him at work had always been a blast. He might have looked and probably acted like a typical playboy, but the way he was with the kids was nothing short of heartwarming. I think Josephine would approve, I told Colin with a kiss on his cheek.
I'm sure you both wondered why the dapper Dr. Brandt was invited to this barn wedding,
Brandt said with a chuckle after he was handed a microphone.
I want to say it's always an honor when I'm working with the two of you during the times I've needed Brooke's opinion on a surgery or Elena's counsel for a patient and their families. You are both exceptional doctors and people. If you choose to accept St. John's pediatric ward being named in honor of your daughter, I will say that I am honored to be one of the surgeons who will be working there, knowing your little angel is watching over the children."
At this point, I was too overwhelmed to speak. Colin and I had been to our daughter's memorial site, and I'd seen the beautiful plaque that was made for her. When Colin told me about it in my coma, I'd imagined it precisely as I'd seen it. It was beautiful, and the gardens were always so serene. To learn that our friends were dedicating the garden and the pediatric ward in Baby Joe's name, I was speechless.
"Wow,"
Colin said, taking the mic and hugging Dr. Brandt, saying something to him that made the handsome doctor laugh while he stepped back.
"Well, Lainey,"
Colin exhaled.
"all I expected was this amazing send-off, but never anything more."
He looked at our group of friends, standing there with smiles on their faces, as the rest of our friends and family looked on.
"You are all blowing my mind right now."
He chuckled.
"I believe I speak on behalf of my wife and me."
He held his hand out to me.
"That we humbly accept all of this."
He pinched his lips together.
"Wow, yeah, everything."
"Uncle Colin," Addison stepped up. "It's okay to cry, you know? Just say thank you." She smiled.
"Thank you."
He brushed his finger over her nose.
"I think Baby Joe would love all of this, wouldn't she?"
Addison nodded. "She's the angel who made it all happen, I think." I watched, loving the innocence of sweet Addison. "I know she is," I said as I bent down to hug her. "Thank you, Addie. Uncle Colin and I are so happy." "We are too." She smiled at me. "Can we eat your beautiful cake now?" After the incredible gift and words from Colin's friends and St. John's, knowing the board must have approved this idea Jim and Alex had proposed to them, Colin and I were seriously at a loss for words. We enjoyed a beautiful celebration with our friends and family, who'd come to honor mine and Colin's love. Jim had a driver bring us to the airport, and, hot damn, Avery wasn't lying when she said we wouldn't even know we were on a plane. We boarded and had flight attendants appear from out of nowhere to serve us champagne. We took off, ate a delicious dinner that had been prepared, and then Colin dismissed the attendants. Colin stood, and he swept me into his arms.
"We have plenty of time to tour this jet,"
he said as we walked through a living room and past multiple rooms into another world on this plane.
"But we need to pick up where we left off after our courthouse wedding."
"This plane is off the charts," I said. "Where are we?"
"This is the private quarters. There's the master suite, kitchen, and couches, all that shit. Jim had this luxury jet designed for him, Avery, and their family. I think I'll hit him up with all his generosity of today and ask to keep the damn thing."
He laughed. "Baby, I'm the happiest woman alive," I said. "Did all of this happen today? This is still real life, right?"
"Yeah, it sure as hell did."
He smirked.
"Now,"
he grabbed me and called for the plane to play our song.
"Let's dance, baby."
I fell into his arms, and we slowly started dancing to our Otis Redding song. We danced the night away, laughing and loving each other, and when we could take no more, it was time to do what we both did best: worship each other, body and soul. Our worlds had collided so fast, and just as quickly, they'd been torn apart, most devastatingly. But we survived it all. We struggled, and we felt pain as powerful as we felt love and passion. Through it all, our souls found each other again, reaffirming that we were bonded in a way that proved we were born to love each other, in sickness and in health, and, of course, in fun-filled adventures and in happiness. Our love was stronger than ever, and I wouldn't ask to start my life with this man in any other way. This concludes Dr. Brooks by Raylin Marks, narrated by Jeremy York and Stephanie Rose. Copyright 2021 by Raylin Marks. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Raylin Marks and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks. Back so we can all have fun together like we used to.
That all comes after you and Colin make up for your lost time,
Joe said, going through a bag and pulling out lacy undergarments.
Go and put these on. It's 3 in the afternoon and we have a lot to accomplish between getting you reunited with Colin and on that plane.
A send-off party, huh? I laughed. There was no way the guys, your family, and we girls were letting you both off as easy as we led you to believe, Ash said with a grin. After Clay and Joe worked their magic on me, I was blindfolded. I couldn't help but laugh, as I had been doing since the moment I woke up this morning. I couldn't help but enjoy the fun adrenaline of surprises, and it was surging through me. I was so full of positivity and love that I felt like I was vibrating. I heard a large crowd after I'd been led from point A to point B.
wherever that was located.
"What's going on?" I softly asked. "Hey, sweetheart." I heard my mom's voice, and I jerked off the blindfold, tears filling my eyes. I hugged my mom tightly, hardly noticing that we were in the large, renovated open area of our barn. Strands of lights hung throughout the rafters, looking like blurry diamonds, as I held Mom, and then I saw Dad's smile from where he stood behind her. "I'm sorry I couldn't get here faster. I was about to take the next flight out, then Colin's friend, Jim, contacted me. He let me know that he'd be sending a flight to pick all of us up to celebrate you being well again, and that we'd be sending you and Colin off after this beautiful reception." I cleared my eyes. Colin was still nowhere in sight, but all of my family and friends from Miami were in this room. They waved as I covered my mouth in tears and shock that I was actually seeing this. I took in the magnificent area that looked like some otherworldly and heavenly place with the hanging flowers, beautifully arranged tables, and the twinkling ambiance of this room. I saw my girlfriends who were with me when I had my snowboarding accident, and I hugged them all and thanked them for being there for me. When I'd hugged the last of them, I looked around the room again, awe-stricken by everything once more. "Clay and Joe?" I asked. "You know it," Avery said. Stevie hugged me tightly and stayed by my side.
"Jim flew everyone in on his private jets, sis," Stevie said. "Everyone went all out so we could celebrate our love for you, and, of course, to see you found your life and happiness with Colin again."
"You tried to sneak your way out of having a big wedding, so we decided to get to the fun part and give you and Col the send-off you deserve," Avery said with a smile. I felt tears again. "I don't know how to thank you all for this," I said, sniffing and smiling, trying not to ruin my makeup. "Oh, trust us. Colin will be ensuring we feel like you both appreciate all of this," Ash said. "Where the hell is he?" I asked. Lydia chuckled. "He's with his best friends. Apparently they had some pranks and plans for him since he tried to ditch out on a formal wedding." I loved how different Lydia was now. I could see the happiness in her eyes, and I loved my sister more than I ever had. Stevie stood tall at my side, and I was thankful to God that my brother had pulled it together despite my injury taking me down. He was working a stable job and busting his ass at school, and I was so damn proud of him. I thought I couldn't be happier until a spotlight hit a stage that was created for this moment, and I heard Colin's beautiful voice start to sing slowly.
"Wise men say, only fools rush in."
I covered my mouth when I saw my handsome husband dressed sharply in a black suit, with a microphone in his hand. I felt tears slide down the corners of my eyes as Colin sang the song with a violinist playing softly in the background to complement his perfect vocals. The song was more beautiful now than ever as I watched and hung on to every word. Colin's searching eyes, finding me and singing directly to me. He waved his hand for me to join him on stage, and I didn't hesitate to allow him to continue serenading me with that song while he gently led me in a dance. As his song came to an end, more upbeat music came on, and people made their way to the dance floor to join in on the fun.
"I have no idea what the hell is going on."
Colin spun me out, and then I twirled back into his arms.
"And I'm not even pissed about it. You look beyond beautiful, baby."
Everyone seemed to be having a fantastic time, and Colin and I couldn't get enough of each other, dancing like the silly, hopelessly in love couple we were. I don't know how many songs we danced to before Jake's voice came over the speakers. Colin spun me back into him, and we fell into a perfect embrace. I rested my back against Colin's firm chest, and his chin rested on my hair.
"These two."
Jake slid a hand into his pocket and casually held the mic to his smiling lips.
"They've been through hell and back, and have proven to all of us that love can conquer anything that tries to defeat it."
He pursed his lips and shrugged.
"It might sound cheesy, I know, but after watching what the past months have done to both of them, I have to say it's 100% true."
He chuckled, then looked out at the crowd.
We have all prayed and pleaded for these two to come together again after almost losing Elena."
He looked at Colin.
"I watched my best friend save her life and grieve the possibility that his soulmate was lost to him forever."
He shook his head and smiled at me.
"You have always had the brightest smile and the best outlook on everything. Watching you struggle as the world tried to strip that positivity from you, I have to say, there are not many times when I've been at a loss for understanding why life can be so cruel, but that was one of them. I couldn't understand many things having to do with the outcome of your accident, but I look at you with Colin now, and I think I get it. You see, not to toot my friend's horn, but I'm sure he'll tell you every chance he gets. He's a prodigy, you know, one of those child geniuses."
Colin waved his hand out at the crowd and took a bow like a goofball as his best friend continued talking.
"Being a real-life genius, however, sometimes certain details slip through the cracks, and I have to say that with all my friend's expertise, there was an element of personal experience with these injuries that he couldn't relate to."
Colin held me tighter as Jake spoke, and I felt him subtly nodding in agreement.
"Over the trials of the last months, you've both learned lessons that are valuable not only to yourselves, but also to put them into action to help others who've been in your situation."
Jake waved his hand around the barn that was to be the hub of our equine therapy center.
"You've decided to open this place and use your experiences to help alleviate the pain of others. And, well, I think there isn't anything nobler than that. That leads me to my point. I have no idea where he's going with this,"
Colin whispered in my ear. Jake smirked at Colin.
"I think this rehab center might have to partner up with St. John's Hospital to help reach more people. What do you say?"
"Oh my God!" I covered my heart and looked at Colin's same shocked expression.
"That is where I come in,"
I heard Jim say as he spoke into a mic.
"As CEO of the company who's always looking at ways to expand and enhance St. John's, we are willing to support your rehab center monetarily and in any other way we can. We would love to help bring in staff while allowing you both to retain ownership and control and all of that fun stuff."
He winked.
"We'll take on any burden of the business aspect of the equine rehab facility because it is our wish for Dr. Elena Brooks to focus on getting her patients well through her horses and contagious positivity."
I broke free of Colin's hold and hugged Jim, crying in his arms, knowing that the man had cemented my ultimate dream. I would now have the endless possibilities of helping those who've suffered what Colin and I went through after my injury.
"Damn it,"
I heard Jake whisper.
"I didn't even get a hug, and I thought my shit was pretty damn good too."
"Get over here." I reached out for Jim's brother and Colin's best friend, who laughed and hugged me.
"Dry your eyes, kid,"
I heard Alex say. I looked at the striking man who I'd grown to admire for his commanding air, grateful for his care and concern for Colin while I was in my coma. Alex had taken Colin into his home during Colin's darkest hour, and for that, I would be eternally in Alex's debt. "You guys, thank you for all of this." I smiled at Colin, shaking Jim and his best friend's hand. I knew Colin was as thrilled and overwhelmed by all of this as I was. Alex reached for my hand, used some tricky maneuver, and spun me out.
"Dance with the butterflies,"
he said to me with a smile as the crowd watched.
"Right?"
I looked at him in confusion as he released my hand, and Jim, Jake, Ash, and Avery stood behind Alex, looking at Colin and me. 2 women walked up with Avery and Ash's newborn babies in their arms, little John and Addie proudly trailing them. I watched with happiness, my hand instinctively covering my stomach, knowing that one sweet angel was missing. Baby Joe Brooks. I felt a tear slip out of the corner of my eye. I didn't want to cry again. I'd already done this when I first held the precious babies after first meeting them. I loved these sweet little girls with a love I didn't know I carried in me, even though I still wished we had our Josephine with us.
"If it weren't for you two, we wouldn't have that special angel, Baby Joe, to watch over all of us. Isn't that right, Addie?"
Alex asked, looking down at the 5-year-old, who nodded along as he spoke. "Yes," Addison said, smiling out to the audience to ensure they knew mine and Colin's daughter was a special angel. Alex looked back at Jim and the gang as they smiled at Colin and me.
"We believe that our angel, Baby Joe, is a symbol of hope, and St. John's has decided to dedicate the butterfly gardens in her name with the motto, 'Dance with the Butterflies.' We will work to expand this center in Baby Joe's name for parents who've experienced the grief of losing a child. We hope that each of our donations in our angel's name, Baby Josephine Brooks, will help expand our pediatric unit. Our chief pediatric neurosurgeon, Dr. Brandt, will be working to ensure that every child who comes into the pediatric ward will know that St. John's is much more than just a hospital. It's a place of hope and understanding."
Colin was perfectly quiet and still, even silently tearing up with me until Dr. Brandt's name was mentioned. That's when Colin kissed my cheek and chuckled.
"You know that they just dedicated our daughter's pediatric unit and placed it in the care of the pediatric doctor who's the younger version of me, correct?"
I looked up at Colin and then over to where Dr. Brandt had walked up and smiled at both of us. The tall and handsome man was a head-turner, and when Colin wasn't on the neuro ward, but Brandt was, good Lord, there was trouble. He was a beautiful man inside and out. He was young, but my interactions with him at work had always been a blast. He might have looked and probably acted like a typical playboy, but the way he was with the kids was nothing short of heartwarming. "I think Josephine would approve," I told Colin with a kiss on his cheek.
"I'm sure you both wondered why the dapper Dr. Brandt was invited to this barn wedding,"
Brandt said with a chuckle after he was handed a microphone.
"I want to say it's always an honor when I'm working with the two of you during the times I've needed Brooke's opinion on a surgery or Elena's counsel for a patient and their families. You are both exceptional doctors and people. If you choose to accept St. John's Pediatric Ward being named in honor of your daughter, I will say that I am honored to be one of the surgeons who will be working there, knowing your little angel is watching over the children."
At this point, I was too overwhelmed to speak. Colin and I had been to our daughter's memorial site, and I'd seen the beautiful plaque that was made for her. When Colin told me about it in my coma, I'd imagined it precisely as I'd seen it. It was beautiful, and the gardens were always so serene. To learn that our friends were dedicating the garden and the pediatric ward in Baby Joe's name, I was speechless.
"Wow,"
Colin said, taking the mic and hugging Dr. Brandt, saying something to him that made the handsome doctor laugh while he stepped back.
"Well, Lainey,"
Colin exhaled.
"all I expected was this amazing send-off, but never anything more."
He looked at our group of friends, standing there with smiles on their faces, as the rest of our friends and family looked on.
"You are all blowing my mind right now."
He chuckled.
"I believe I speak on behalf of my wife and me."
He held his hand out to me.
"That we humbly accept all of this."
He pinched his lips together.
"Wow, yeah, everything."
"Uncle Colin," Addison stepped up. "It's okay to cry, you know? Just say thank you." She smiled.
"Thank you."
He brushed his finger over her nose.
"I think Baby Joe would love all of this, wouldn't she?"
Addison nodded. "She's the angel who made it all happen, I think." I watched, loving the innocence of sweet Addison. "I know she is," I said as I bent down to hug her. "Thank you, Addie. Uncle Colin and I are so happy." "We are too." She smiled at me. "Can we eat your beautiful cake now?" After the incredible gift and words from Colin's friends and St. John's, knowing the board must have approved this idea Jim and Alex had proposed to them, Colin and I were seriously at a loss for words. We enjoyed a beautiful celebration with our friends and family, who'd come to honor mine and Colin's love. Jim had a driver bring us to the airport, and, hot damn, Avery wasn't lying when she said we wouldn't even know we were on a plane. We boarded and had flight attendants appear from out of nowhere to serve us champagne. We took off, ate a delicious dinner that had been prepared, and then Colin dismissed the attendants. Colin stood, and he swept me into his arms.
"We have plenty of time to tour this jet,"
he said as we walked through a living room and past multiple rooms into another world on this plane.
"But we need to pick up where we left off after our courthouse wedding."
"This plane is off the charts," I said. "Where are we?"
"This is the private quarters. There's the master suite, kitchen, and couches, all that shit. Jim had this luxury jet designed for him, Avery, and their family. I think I'll hit him up with all his generosity of today and ask to keep the damn thing."
He laughed. "Baby, I'm the happiest woman alive," I said. "Did all of this happen today? This is still real life, right?"
"Yeah, it sure as hell did."
He smirked.
"Now,"
he grabbed me and called for the plane to play our song.
"Let's dance, baby."
I fell into his arms, and we slowly started dancing to our Otis Redding song. We danced the night away, laughing and loving each other, and when we could take no more, it was time to do what we both did best: worship each other, body and soul. Our worlds had collided so fast, and just as quickly, they'd been torn apart, most devastatingly. But we survived it all. We struggled, and we felt pain as powerful as we felt love and passion. Through it all, our souls found each other again, reaffirming that we were bonded in a way that proved we were born to love each other, in sickness and in health, and, of course, in fun-filled adventures and in happiness. Our love was stronger than ever, and I wouldn't ask to start my life with this man in any other way. This concludes Dr. Brooks by Raylin Marks, narrated by Jeremy York and Stephanie Rose. Copyright 2021 by Raylin Marks. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Raylin Marks and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.